And now the starting lineup for your humble crabs.
Welcome behind the redwood curtain to the Arcata ballpark, the crown jewel of downtown Arcata, as your humble crabs take on the Menlo Park Legends in Game 3 of a 3-game series. Hello, everyone. I'm Liam Warner. Alongside me is North Coast Journal writer and extraordinary photographer and my good friend Thomas Lal.
Good to be back.
Yeah,
Thanks
it's
for having
great.
me.
Great to have you back. And the Crabs, of course, won the first 2 games of the series. They won last night in a pretty wild game, 13-5. Lots of base runners and scoring on both sides. And that road trip that did not go very well at the end of June is really in the past for the Crabs because they have won 9 straight since then. They have not lost a single game since coming home. And Thomas, I would assume that the vibes in the dugout are pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Just what I'm getting from being down on the field very briefly today before today's game. You know, it's a good atmosphere. It's a good vibe. Guys are pretty set into their groove now. They have their pattern, and it's going well.
All right. We are going to have the national anthem and then lineups and first pitch coming up. All right, let me give you the starting lineup for the visiting Menlo Park Legends. Leading off for the Legends will be their catcher, Ellie Kliegman. Batting second will be the center fielder, Kyodai Yawida. Batting third will be the designated hitter, Matt Palomino. Batting fourth will be the shortstop, Ryan Farr. Batting fifth will be the first baseman, Ben Leiphart. Batting sixth will be the right fielder, Matthijs Schouten. Batting seventh will be the left fielder, Parker Kraus. Batting eighth will be the third baseman, Zachary Hart. Batting ninth will be the second baseman, Tony Massetti, and on the mound for the Legends is Steve Soto. Let me set the Crabs for you defensively. Left to right in the outfield, Jackson Giacone in left, Anthony Karianopoulos in center, Kerry Arbolita in right. Left to right in the infield, Kevin Fitzer at third, Javi Felix at short, Mario Demera at second, Aaron Perez at first, AJ Esperanza is behind the plate, and on the mound is a guy that Thomas knows well in Caleb Ruiz.
Ruiz has been around for a couple seasons now. Have gotten to know him pretty well down in the dugout.
You went to school with him too, right?
I think he might have graduated a year or two after. So technically,
Yeah.
we probably went to school at the same time.
Overlapped a little
I just did
bit.
not know him at all.
Yeah, right.
But he's really settled in as a reliable Crab starting pitcher over the course of this season. And I think over the last year, between last summer, he's picked up a little bit of spin rate on the ball. He's really sharpened up his game. So we're starting to see that here as the summer months go on.
And Robin trusts him in big games.
He does. He started 4th of July, pitched really well there. Was almost perfect through 2 innings before some unfortunate things that weren't his fault started to happen. But he's been sharp. He's been sharp all season, and he's confident. He likes playing in this ballpark. It's a place where, talking to him after 4th of July, you get the eyes on you. You get the love from the fans, and that's something that's unique for all these ball players, I'd say, coming into an atmosphere like we have here at Arcata Ballpark.
Well, and it helps that he's a local, and he knows this ballpark from well before he's been a Crab. His numbers coming in, 27 and 2/3 innings pitched. He has a record of 3-0. He has given up 10 runs, 7 of those 10 are earned. His strikeout to walk ratio is very impressive. Best on the team, 2 walks to 28 strikeouts. And he has a 2.27 ERA.
Be interesting to see if the Crabs can continue this run of luck they've had since that road trip that you mentioned at the start of the show. But they've been firing on all cylinders ever since they got back to Arcata Ballpark. They seem comfortable here. Just seem like they're still playing against tough teams, the Saints in particular, earlier, a couple weeks ago.
This Legends team is no pushover either, and they've really been adept at scoring runs early. I mean, most of their runs have come in the first 4 innings in both games of this series so far. So I think the big key to the Crabs is keeping the Legends off the board in the first 3 to 4 innings.
Absolutely. We'll see very shortly whether they can do that. We look set to get things off.
Ellie Kliegman about to step into the box. We are almost ready to go here on this Sunday. It's been overcast so far, kind of your typical July Sunday.
After a couple of absolutely gorgeous days when I wasn't at the ballpark.
Exactly.
It's nice and overcast again.
And the first pitch of the ball game is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. We get started at 12:35. The 0-1 pitch is a little fly ball out to left field, and the left fielder, Giacone, makes the catch, 1 away.
Crabs outfield playing pretty shallow, and this is, I think, a product of what you were mentioning to me before the broadcast got started of the Legends not really playing big ball. They're a small ball team. They're getting some bloops. They're just dropping them in there, and it seems like the Crabs defense is adjusting to that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they've scored 8 runs in this series, and they have not hit a single ball hard, in my opinion. Kyoda Yawida steps in, and he swings and a miss at a good breaking ball from Ruiz, 0-1.
And that, on that first out, was one of those plays that where maybe if you're playing against the Mudcats, you're playing further back towards the track, that drops in as a single.
That is definitely right. Crabs outfield, yeah, it's definitely adjusted. Though 1 is a grounder foul off to the right towards the Legends dugout, 0-2.
You got to imagine that's not something that you see a whole lot of from these college players. I mean, most of the time in university, they're playing with metal bats. They're going to be seeing some balls get smoked. So a little bit of a different situation for them, I imagine.
That is right. Really glad we don't have the metal bats here. Though 2 pitches high and outside, 1-2.
I'm a proponent of the wood bat baseball.
I don't think the sound, that ping sound, would just drive me crazy after a while.
It's not as satisfying as a good hit off of a wood barrel.
Wood bats just sound really good. The 1-2 pitch, just low and outside, 2-2.
It's a decent idea from Ruiz, up in the count, drop something low, something unhittable. He's really one of those guys that likes to work the ground ball. It's something that he has as well been working on over the last year or so.
2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Great breaking ball from Ruiz. 2 away.
And that's a tough part about facing Ruiz is he's going to give you that stuff down in the zone. It's going to be a challenge for you as a batter if you want to try to dig that out, or if maybe you just misevaluate and it's down in the dirt.
Yeah, got him to chase there. Matt Palomino stepping in now. And the pitch is a ground ball off the glove of Ruiz, and it's going to go into center field for a base hit.
Just a couple inches shy there from Ruiz being able to snag it on the mound. Clipped his glove. Maybe if he hadn't, your second baseman is able to get over and snag that one for an out. But as a pitcher, your job is to get in front of that ball.
It's reflexes at that point. You can't really stop yourself from going after the ball because that's what you train yourself to do.
Exactly. And he almost got it, to his credit. Just a little bit more height, and he would have been all over that. But inning continues.
Runner on first with 2 outs. That brings in Ryan Farr. And the pitch to Farr is low and inside, 1-0.
Pretty good spot for Ruiz. That's where he's been liking the pitch pretty much this whole first frame.
The 1-0 is swung on and grounded foul at the plate. It's 1-1.
Not paying too much mind to the runner over on first. Even with 2 outs, it's not too much of a concern if he does decide to go.
The 1-1 pitch. Looks like a slider just missed outside. 2-1. I mean, you're totally right, Thomas. I mean, the movement on Caleb Ruiz's pitches has just gotten so much better from last season, I feel like. The 2-1 has popped up foul out of play off to the right. It's 2-2.
Yeah, it absolutely has. It's something you notice if you come out to the ballpark. You got a chance to see him pitch last season. It is just that much sharper, that much more deceptive. And he's becoming a challenging pitcher for incoming batters to face.
He's been one of the Crabs' best starters so far this season. Crabs have a lot of good starters, too. 2-2 pitch. A high ground ball to shortstop Javi Felix. He's going to flip to second, and that's going to do it here in the top of the first. The Legends fail to score. It's Legends 0. Crabs coming up in the bottom of the first. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Legend 0, Crabs coming up here in the bottom of the first. Starting lineup for your Humboldt Crabs, batting leadoff will be the left fielder Jackson Giacone. He is red hot. Batting second will be the second baseman Mario DeMera. Batting third will be the right fielder Kerry Arboleda. Batting fourth will be the third baseman Kevin Fitzer, who is also red hot coming into the game. Batting fifth will be the shortstop Javi Felix. Batting sixth will be the catcher AJ Esperanza. Batting seventh will be the designated hitter Jordan Petrushka. Batting eighth will be the first baseman Aaron Perez. And batting ninth will be the center fielder Anthony Karianopoulos. And the defense for the Menlo Park Legends, left to right in the outfield. Parker Kraus in left, Kyodai Yawida in center. Matthijs Schouten is in right, left to right in the infield. Zachary Hart at third, Ryan Farr at short, Tony Massetti at second. Ben Leiphart is at first, and Ellie Kliegman is behind the plate. On the mound for the Menlo Park Legends is Steve Soto.
It's been a very potent lineup for the Crabs over the past week or so.
Yeah, they've got some guys, as I said, who are just smoking the baseball at the moment.
And you see those guys getting hot, but it's just a consistently reliable lineup. They keep the line moving. They keep things going. I look at Jordan Petrushka down there as a designated hitter again for this afternoon's game, and he's been in that spot a lot of the season, and he does some damage. He works some strong at-bats, and he's an annoying base runner when he gets on for the other team.
Well, Jackson Giacone, who's stepping in right now, he hit ninth in the lineup last night and then proceeded to have 5 RBIs. So I think Robin was like, all right, you get to lead off.
Both sides of the lineup card for him this weekend.
So Giacone steps in against the Legends pitcher Steve Soto. The righty Soto against the lefty Giacone. The pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 0-1.
I feel like it's been a nice thing for the Crabs to be able to lead off with the lefty. Giacone's batted towards the top of the order for a good portion of the season, and it's just nice to have that presence in there. It's a good at bat, too.
The 1 is low and inside, 1-1. Yeah, he works a lot of walks. He's a very patient hitter.
He is. He's really shown that a lot over the last couple weeks, I feel like.
Coming in hitting .273 with a .475 on base percentage. The 1-1 is in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Michael Cowan, the home plate umpire, giving a bit off the plate so far.
Ciccone wasn't thrilled with that one. Took a second, looked back at the dugout, but gets back in the box fairly quickly.
Ciccone's tied for third in walks with 13, as it's a ground ball to the second baseman. Massetti will pick it up, throw to first, 1 away.
That was a little bit closer than maybe
well,
Massetti wanted it to be.
Yeah, the throw was a bit wide, and the first baseman, Leipart, had to kind of reach for it, but to make the play, 1 away.
Ciccone, to his credit, dug that one out. He gave it a hard 90.
Oh, yeah. It's going to bring in Mario DeMera. And DeMera coming in hitting .301 with a .393 on base percentage. He has 13 RBIs, a home run, and 6 walks. Pitch to DeMera is swung on and missed, 0-1.
DeMera is one of those guys in the dugout who's a little bit more on the quiet side, but he is very well liked by all of his teammates, and they absolutely get behind him once he starts hitting the ball and whenever he does anything on the field.
He just seems like a very reliable guy in the lineup. The 0-1 pitch is well inside, 1-1. You know exactly what to expect with Mario DeMera.
Exactly. He absolutely is. He's that level-headed kind of presence. Sometimes guys will play a little bit outside of themselves, but he's a very composed ball player.
The 1-1 pitch, whoa.
That one
threw behind him. And it's 2-1. Kind of slipped out of the hand to Steve Soto, it looked like.
Came so far inside that he was outside of the wrong batter's box.
Yeah, on the other side of Mario DeMera. The 2-1 pitch is a little fly ball, and that's going to drop into shallow center for a base hit. A little bloop single for DeMera with 1 out.
Game of small ball starting early. Watching Soto pitch, he's got a really interesting leg action going. He really brings it up and back down.
That is true. And that brings up Kerry Arboleda, scary Kerry. Coming in hitting .315, .469 on base percentage. He leads the team in walks with 19.
It makes sense why. You see him in the batter's box. You don't really want to pitch to him. You can just tell he's got the power.
15 RBIs, 3 home runs. First pitch to Kerry is outside, 1-0. And I mean, I was saying this last night. He's just that Brandon Belt type that really knows the strike zone better than most umpires.
He does. He really does. He's got that confidence in his own ability in the batter's box. He knows what he likes. He knows what he doesn't like. And that's a scary batter for anybody.
Throw over to first, and DeMera's back in safely. He's a pretty chill guy, too, I remember.
He is.
He always sat near me on the bus on the road trip and just has a good vibe to him. The 1-0 pitch is outside, 2-0.
Yeah. He's one of those guys who you talk to him off of the field, he's very relaxed, I feel like, very chill. And then as soon as he's on the field, he's very locked in.
Yeah.
He knows his job. He's really good out there in the outfield. He's very quick.
He has a really good arm in the outfield. He has several outfield assists. The 2-0. And it's low and inside, 3-0.
Soto struggling to find some sense of control here since the DeMera at bat.
Well, it's just you see Kerry Arboleda in the box and you just don't want to throw a strike, I think.
3-0, I think you especially don't want to throw anything over the heart of the plate.
He just has this effect on pitchers, it seems like. Throw over to first, and DeMera's back in safely.
It's something we've been seeing a lot more is opposing pitchers coming in and checking the Crabs runners. I think they've established that reputation that they're not afraid to run again this season.
I think they look at our stats. The 3-0 is in there for a strike, and it's 3-1. Let's see, I have total stolen bases. Crabs have stolen 66 bases
I was
so far this season.
I was going to guess north of 20, but yeah, that's well north. That's so far north you might be in Canada.
Runner goes. The 3-1 is swung on and missed. The throw down to second, and they got him. Wow, a good throw from Ellie Kliegman, and DeMera's caught stealing.
Thought Demare might have gotten it. If he goes in head first there, maybe he's got a half a chance. But it was a nice slow throw from behind the plate.
Well, I'm pretty surprised because on Friday, Ellie Kliegman, the Legends catcher, started, and the Crabs are stealing on him at will. I mean, Kliegman did not get very strong throws down to second. The 3-2 pitch is outside, ball 4. So Scary Carey works another walk. Runner on first with 2 outs. And that's going to bring in the red-hot Kevin Fitzer. He hit a 3-run home run on Friday night and then proceeded last night to go 4 for 4 with 2 RBIs.
It's an impressive night. You know, he's just got to be swinging the bat with so much confidence after an outing like that. And don't be shocked if Arboleda decides to run on one of these.
Arboleda is very aggressive, pitches low and outside, 1-0. Kerry Arboleda, has a lot more speed than you would think.
He really does. I think it's deceptive at first, but once you see him play a couple times, you notice that it's just a part of his game that he has in his back pocket.
The 1-0 pitch is a fly ball in the left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and then it's bobbled by the center fielder, and both runners are going to move up. Arbolida's coming around third. He's going to try to score, and the Crabs lead it 1-0.
And there's that speed we were just talking about. Goes all the way from first back around the home. The bobble giving him the perfect opportunity. Third base coach John Bryant sending him home. Take an early lead, change that score line up a little bit from what we've seen the past couple days, and get yourselves a lead that you can work with.
I mean, Kevin Fitzer is 5 for 5 in his last 5 at-bats.
You won't say no to that.
It's going to bring in Javi Felix.
Javier Felix back to wearing the standard, more gardening glove style gloves. I briefly saw him wearing the actual batter's gloves, and I was a little bit surprised.
Javi Felix's numbers are not bad, to say the least. He's coming in hitting .406 with a .517 on-base percentage. Pitch to Felix is popped up down the right side and out of play, 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, talking to guys about his at-bats in the dugout, he's just consistent. He's always there. He's the guy that you want up if you've got runners in scoring position or you just need to keep the line moving. He's been that guy for the Crabs all season.
And he's a big personality, too.
He absolutely is. He's one of the biggest ones out there, I feel like.
He's a real fun guy to be around. The 0-1 is in there for a strike 0-2. I mean, he's always joking around with guys. He's always singing. That's always what I notice about him. He's always singing some sort of song. Just very good mood all the time, Javi Felix is.
See, I haven't picked up on the singing from my time in the dugout, so that's very interesting to know.
The 0-2 just inside, 1-2.
I'm very glad that wasn't called a strike. It was close, but that one looked like it was almost in line with Felix in the batter's box before it came into the plate.
The 1-2 is a ground ball to the right side of the infield. The second baseman, Massetti, picks it up, throws to first, and that's going to do it here in the first inning. But the Crabs get a run. They lead it 1-0 as we head to the top of the second. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, top of the second inning. Ben Leipart will lead it off against Caleb Ruiz. Pitch to Leipart is in there for a strike, 0-1. Again, Michael Cowan, the home plate umpire, giving a lot of room off the plate so far, but it's been pretty consistent for both teams.
So far, so consistent for Callan. I mean, that's what you look for out of him.
0-1 is fouled straight back to the screen. 0-2. Leipart will be followed by Matthias Schouten and Parker Kraus.
And this is what we've seen from Ruiz pretty much all season. Gets up in the count early, especially on that first batter he faces.
0-2 pitch, right down the middle, called strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Ben Leipart. 1 away.
Very efficient first batter for Ruiz. 3 pitches, and that's all he needs.
Bring in Matthias Schouten. Learned yesterday that he is of Dutch descent.
It is. That's where I know that last name from watching the Olympics and watching speed skating.
Right.
That makes a lot of sense.
The Dutch are very good at speed skating. Pitch to Schouten is high and inside, 1-0.
They are. They're a small country, but they have a lot of fast skiers, a lot of fast ice skaters, and one particularly fast Formula One racing driver.
Yeah, right. Their national soccer team is pretty good, too. The 1-0 is fouled out of play off to the right, 1-1. The past few years have not been good for the Netherlands, but prior to this next World Cup, they're actually doing really well.
Oh, yeah. That'll always be interesting to see as we get closer towards actual World Cup play.
They missed out on the last one. The 1-1 is swung on and missed, and it's 1-2.
Schouten with a big hack there. Really liked what he saw, but that just ducked on him as it got to the plate.
I mean, Ruiz is bringing the filth early.
He is. And this is his game. As I mentioned earlier, he loves working that low ball right around the knees.
The 1-2 pitch is a little bloop right field. Arbolita is going to come in and make the catch, 2 away. Again, Thomas, as you mentioned earlier, I think the Crabs outfield really has the Legends pretty squared up as far as doing their research on what they've seen previously in the series.
Yeah, they do, and that's what you expect from this kind of a coaching staff that's willing to make those kind of adjustments. They know that the guys can play those adjustments as well.
That's going to bring in Parker Kraus. He takes a strike, 0-1.
Arbolita has been a very steady presence out there in right field for much of the season.
The 0-1 pitch, just low, 1-1.
I think Ruiz probably wanted that one, just judging by the way he got back to the mound, but got two outs and a strike still. You're not going to be playing too much.
The 1-1 is sprayed foul off to the right, and it's 1-2.
The sun's starting to peek back through the Humboldt haze here a little bit.
See, there's your sun. It only
just took a little while.
Took like 1.5 innings.
Yeah, that's fair. I can work with that, I think.
The 1-2 pitch is swung on and foul tipped at the plate. Still 1-2.
It's really interesting seeing Ruiz work. He's got a very set motion that he goes through, as most pitchers do, and you can almost hear him exhale while you're on the field when he's on the mound, just before he's about to throw.
1-2 pitch is popped foul off to the right. Remains 1-2.
I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I really noticed that on the 4th of July, when we had that packed house in here, you could still hear just that clear exhale, that clear composure. He's really matured into quite the good ball player.
The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3, that nasty breaking ball again from Ruiz, and the Legends go 1-2-3 here in the top of the second. Crabs lead at 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Is the bottom of the second inning. The Crabs lead the Legends 1-0. Crabs baseball is brought to you by Cypress Grove. Cypress Grove is the leading producer of delicious artisan goat cheese that makes you want to do the happy dance, including Humble Fog, one of the most famous cheeses in the country. Proudly based right here in Arcata, California, Cypress Grove cheeses are available at cheese shops and grocery stores nationwide and online at cypressgrovecheese.com. Due up for the Crabs will be AJ Esperanza, Jordan Petrushka, and Aaron Perez.
Well, now I'm just hungry.
Cypress Grove cheese is really good.
It is.
So Esperanza coming in, hitting .295, .418 on base, 6 RBIs, and 2 home runs.
He hasn't gotten as many as at-bats as some of the other Crabs catchers, but he's done some damage when he's got a hold of a pitch.
Pitch is outside, 1-0. I remember he hit one really far in Medford on that road trip.
Did he hit both of his on the road, or did he get one here?
I'd have to look. I don't know. The 1-0, low and inside, 2-0.
It's always interesting to see. Arcata Ballpark plays pretty well for the batters if you can get a hold of one. It's not the deepest field in the world.
The 2-0 pitch is a nice slider that misses inside, 3-0.
Lots of movement on that one from Soto. That's a doozy.
That's a filthy one if he can locate it. 3-0 pitch is low and inside, ball 4. So Esperanza walks on 4 pitches. That's going to bring up Jordan Petrushka.
And this is what the Crabs have done so well. It's just not swing at pitches that they don't need to swing at and take advantage of those opportunities when they're headed their way. And Petrushka, designated hitter, step into the batter's box.
So the one thing I learned about Jordan Petrushka recently that I thought was really cool is that he has played for the Israeli national team.
Absolutely. It's a really unique experience, especially for a young ball player like that.
Pitch to Petrushka, swung on and missed at that nasty slider that I mentioned before, and it's 0-1. I mean, a good handful of guys from the Crabs, over the years have made it to the major leagues, but very few have actually represented their country in an international competition. So I think that's really cool. The 0-1 is a line drive that's going to get down into right field for a base hit. They're still going to throw to first, and they got him. Wow. Matthijs Schouten, the right fielder, got to it and threw to the first baseman, Leipart, and that's going to be a 9-3 putout.
That was a really nice play. Played that hop perfectly, Schouten did, and I think Petrushka, like us, thought that he had a pretty run-of-the-mill base hit. And again, I think maybe against any other team who's playing a deep outfield, you do, but
Esperanza to second on the play with 1 out.
Move the batter over at the very least.
Can bring in Aaron Perez. You don't see that very often. Pitch to Perez is low, 1-0.
I gotta wonder how many times Schouten has converted that kind of a play before. That's not your usual way to getting out at first, that's for sure.
I think that's the first outfield to first assist that I have seen this season so far. And Soto's going to step off.
Just wants to check Esperanza out there at second. Nobody holding him really close on the bag, but he's got a pretty decent-sized lead. Soto doesn't love the look of that, I can imagine.
The 1-0 to Perez is in the dirt, and it's 2-0. So I was mentioning before, Petrushka represented the Israeli national team. The interesting thing about the Israeli national team is that in other sports like soccer, you have to have certain requirements to represent a country, like citizenship or having a parent or grandparent have citizenship in a certain country, things like that. But for the Israeli baseball team, you just have to be of Jewish descent. So the pitch is well outside, 3-0.
It's a really cool thing, I'm sure.
So there are a lot of, in the World Baseball Classic, Israel is represented by a lot of American baseball players, but they're of Jewish heritage, and so they get to represent Israel. I think that's pretty awesome.
I have to agree with you there.
The 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike, 3-1. Alex Crosby, a recent Crab, played a few years ago. He recently represented Great Britain in the European Baseball Championship.
The game is growing. It's getting more and more international.
And they just announced that the World Baseball Classic is coming back this upcoming March, which I think is great. Pitches in there for a strike, 3-2. The U.S. won the World Baseball Classic in 2017. Hopefully they can repeat again.
Perez really didn't like that last call on the outside of the strike zone. Callan's been giving it, but not loved by the batters, that's for sure.
No. Doesn't mean they have to like it, even if it is. It's been fairly consistent, as we've said. 3-2 pitch is a fly ball. It's going to get down into left field for a base hit. Bobbled by the left fielder Kraus. Esperanza coming around third. He's going to score. Perez is going to hold up at first with an RBI single, and it is 2-0 Crabs.
Really nicely placed, and another little bobble in the outfield. Nothing horrendous. And a nice RBI there.
As the stand-in official scorer, I say that he would have scored anyway. So
I think you're right.
Ruling that a hit. It's going to bring in Anthony Karianopoulos.
Karianopoulos has been really solid for the Crabs ever since he joined the team a few weeks ago.
Throw to first. Perez back in safely.
And you would know better than me. I recognize that he was in the lineup after they came back from the road trip. Did he join the Crabs on the road, though?
Pitch is fouled off the plate by Karianopoulos. Yes, he joined the team on the very last day of the road trip.
I see.
That Sunday game in Lincoln.
So he's been here pretty much ever since the start of this current winning streak.
He can take some credit. The Crabs have only lost one game since he's joined the team. The 1, Perez goes. It's swung on and foul tipped at the plate. 0-2. Perez is going to have to return to first.
Tough break for Perez there. Got a nice jump. Would have been clean in a way, but Karianopoulos also had a pretty decent pitch to swing at there, at least he thought.
The 0-2 pitch is a pop fly, shallow right. The second baseman, Massetti's going to go out there and make the catch. 1 away. Perez remains at first.
Ballpark playing short today, it seems like.
Yeah, the flag out in center is not really blowing all that much, so there's not too much wind, at least up high. But the flags out in right, a little bit lower, are blowing out to the left. So I think once the ball gets up high, it's not traveling too far, but a bit lower maybe. The wind is pushing it out. It's the top of the order now, and it's going to be Jackson Giacconi. Pitch to Giacconi is lined foul down the right field line. 0-1.
A little bit of a defensive style swing. Just yanked that one right down the line.
Throw to first, and they got Perez picked off. He didn't even get back to the bag. Good pickoff move from Soto, and that's going to end the inning. But the Crabs get a run. Here in the bottom of the second, they lead at 2-0 as we head to the top of the third. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Score is 2-0 Crabs. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Lithia Eureka. Eureka, Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Fiat. Shop for your next new certified or pre-owned vehicle from a proud Humboldt Crabs sponsor. Can't find the vehicle you're looking for? Custom order your Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, or Fiat with us at Eureka. What's better? You can do it all online.
Pretty nice turnout here on this Sunday afternoon day game.
It's gone quite beautiful. It started off very overcast and pretty cool, but sun is mostly out with a few scattered clouds. Zachary Hart is going to lead it off, followed by Tony Massetti and Ellie Kligman. And the pitch to Hart is low and inside, 1-0.
It's nice to see a full ballpark. We've had good turnouts pretty much the entire season, even in some of those weekday games where it's a little bit slower for turnout, but we're in the proper summer months now.
1-0 is inside, 2-0. Last night was absolutely packed, of course, for fireworks night.
Yeah, fireworks and alumni night yesterday, and that's a good combination of things.
Yep. The 2-0 is a ground ball foul down the first base line, 2-1.
Ooh. Legends first base coach making a play. He's scooping up the ball. Ruiz has got himself a strike now. Got himself a little bit of a new lease on this at-bat.
The 2-1 is a ground ball to the second baseman, Demera. He picks it up, throws to first, one away.
Solely hit ground ball, and pretty simple play for Demera, but I almost feel like those have got to be sometimes a tougher play to make when you're expecting it to come in a little bit hotter than that.
Do want to give a quick shout out to my broadcast partner, the Professor Benjamin Schaefer. He is in, as the NBA likes to call it, health and safety protocols, but is feeling well and should be back next week. Pitch to Massetti is hit foul out of play off to the right, 0-1.
Very much. I know we're all hoping that you can get back in the booth and back to calling Crabs games.
Yes, and back to being the official scorer, because it's a burden that weighs heavy. The 1 pitch is in the dirt, 1-1. It seems like when Benjamin leaves and I have to be the official scorer, like there are twice as many tough scoring decisions that have to be made.
Weird things tend to happen when he's not here to dole out the ease.
1-1 to Tyler Massetti. The pitch in there for a strike, 1-2.
That's just an example of Ruiz just getting on his horse and throwing a hard ball in there for a strike. And
I mean, Ruiz doesn't mess around. He does not dance around the strike zone. That's what I like about him. The 1-2 is low and outside, 2-2.
No, you're absolutely right. He likes going after batters.
He's a good getaway day pitcher.
Absolutely. And he's really settled into this Sunday start lately.
If you're a team that wants to get on the road quickly, he's good. The 2-2 pitch is grounded to Javier Felix at short. He picks it up, throws on a hop to Aaron Perez at first, and they got him 2 away. Good pick by Aaron Perez over there at first to collect that ball.
Absolutely was. He made a nice little play of his own there to help.
That's going to bring in the top of the Legends order in Ellie Kligman. And also shout out to Matt Filar, who is also in health and safety protocol. I know you're watching, Matt, and I know you want to get back soon.
We missed you, Matt.
And pitch is low and inside, 1-0. We all definitely miss you. And I know you really want to be here, especially on Pirate Day.
Pirate Day is a peak Matt Filar day, I feel like, at the ballpark. And
I mean, every day is a peak Matt Filar day, but the 1-0 pitch is inside, 2-0, but especially Pirate Day.
You were very true. A constant presence at the ballpark, and always a very, very welcome one. We'll be happy to have you back.
Definitely weird when he's not here. 2-0 pitch, high and outside, 3-0. It's been a very weird week without Matt Filar or Benjamin Schaefer.
Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to go back. Somebody will have to go back in the stats, maybe one of those two, and figure out when the last time there was that neither of them was here on the same day.
3-0 pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 3-1. 3-1 in their first strike, and it's 3-2.
And Ruiz has really just come back straight with strikes back to back here and locked up Klingman.
And the 3-2 pitch, high and outside, ball 4. First walk of the game from Ruiz.
Looks like that one might have just got away from him. Doesn't look thrilled with that one, to say the least.
Bringing Kyodai Yawita. Giants game just getting started in San Diego. It's scoreless top of the first.
Well, that's the best news I've heard all week about the Giants.
Well, they did win last night.
They did.
Pitch to Yawita is outside 1-0, but they have not done much of that lately.
It's been a tough season. It's been a weird one as well.
Yeah. The 1-0 pitch is tapped foul at the plate, and it's 1-1.
Well, I find it interesting to see if the catcher's going to take another ball from the umpire after a play like that. And Ruiz does, but some guys will absolutely want a different ball, even if they throw it in the dirt. Other guys are very relaxed about it.
I guess it depends on the pitcher's preference.
It does.
The 1-1 is a high fly ball, deep right center field. The center fielder, Karyanopoulos, going after it, but that's going to drop right on the track, right center field. Klingman cruising around third. He's going to score, and that's going to be an RBI double from Kyodai Yawita, and it's 2-1 now.
And that might be that first hard hit ball that we were missing from this series.
Yeah.
Out of Medford, or Menlo, sorry.
I would say, yeah, that was a pretty hard hit ball. It's placed right on the track in right center field.
It was, and that was one of those spots where crowds playing in maybe bit them a little bit, but you got to play the percentages in baseball. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, watching the Legends the past couple of games, they have not hit many balls out there. Let's bring in Matt Palomino.
And that walk comes back to bite Ruiz.
Palomino is a fly ball, center field. Karyanopoulos is going to move a bit to his left, and he's going to make the catch, and that's going to do it here in the top of the third. The Legends get a run here in the top of the third, and the Crabs still lead it 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the third inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the third inning. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by North Coast Mercantile, family owned and operated, serving Humboldt County since 1951. North Coast Merc brings you a fantastic assortment of domestic, import, and craft beers, as well as wine, spirits, non-alcoholic beverages, and snacks. Check out the North Coast Merc's Titus trailer in the new right field beer garden in the Arcata ballpark. 8 taps featuring local microbrews, wine, and cider. To do up for the Crabs, here in the bottom of the third will be top of the order, Jackson Giacone, Mario DeMera, and Kerry Arboleda. Giacone was at bat at the bottom of the second when Aaron Perez was picked off.
Get a little bit of a second lease at the at-bat here. Might have hoped he could have gotten Perez back in, but he'll go ahead and step in here.
Against Steve Soto for the Legends. Pitch to Ciccone. And it hits him.
Well, he
Hits him right on the back.
finds his way on base yet again, not via a hit. And that's not the way you want to do it, but you'll wear it for your team if it gets you there. And Soto still struggling to find a consistent command over his pitches.
That's the 5th time Ciccone's been hit by a pitch this season. That is tied for first on the team now.
Oh, no. That's not the stat you want to have.
Taking one for the team quite a few times. Brings in Mario DeMera. Throw to first, and Ciccone's back in safely. Ciccone. The pitch to DeMera is outside.
That one was way outside.
Yeah,
that was into the left-handed batter's box. So DeMera has seen one fly way out in the other batter's box and one fly behind him so far this game.
Jackson Ciccone only has 1 stolen base this season, but I think you have to be concerned if any Crab is just standing out there at first. The 1-0 pitch is in there for a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, John Bryant's not afraid to send guys, especially in a close game like this, when you want anybody you can in scoring position to try to get something going.
So is John Bryant the one that's primarily concerned with the base running
He is.
duties?
As the third base coach, that's
pitch over to first, and Ciccone's back in safely.
That's definitely his MO, and you'll see that he has pretty much full authority on if guys will go. Sometimes they'll decide to go by themselves, but as far as the coaching staff is concerned, JB's got it.
JB is all about being aggressive on the bases and putting pressure on that defense, that's for sure.
He absolutely is.
1-1, runner goes as expected, pitches low and outside, the throw down to second, and he's in there.
Klingman thought he had him. He had a pretty nice throw. Might have struggled previous games, but his throws have been there.
Well, I have to say that Ellie Klingman's throws have been a lot better today than on Friday. His throws to second on Friday were just not very good, frankly, and the Crabs are stealing at will, but today they've been a lot better.
That was close. I mean, half a step less of a lead, and Ciccone might have been out there, but as it stands, he stands over at second base.
Second base, nobody out, and Soto steps off.
Went ahead and turned that hit by pitch into a double. That's a pretty good conversion rate, if you ask me.
Crabs will always take that. Runner in scoring position with nobody out is always a good thing. The 2-1 is low and outside, and it's 3-1.
And you can't make these kind of mistakes if you want to hang in with this Crabs team. It's just they pile up on you.
Yeah, the Crabs just wear opposing pitchers down. And wear opposing defenses down.
They do.
The 3-1 is a little grounder down the first base line, right to the first baseman, Leipart, and he'll step on the bag himself, one away, and Ciccone will head to third on the play.
DeMera did a job there, moved Ciccone up the line. That would have been possible double play ball. Instead, you only get one out, and you got a runner on third. So
yeah, that's exactly right. That's a huge steal.
Ups the pressure on Soto. And with Arboleda, you know that he can punch one out in the outfield. He doesn't even need to get it down for a base hit anymore to score Ciccone.
Arboleda is just the guy that gets it done no matter which way he does it. Runner on third, one out. The pitch to Arboleda is swung on and missed. Nasty breaking ball from Steve Soto, and it's 0-1.
And this is really a strikeout situation for Soto. If you got Fitzer coming up right after, and after him, it doesn't get any better with Javier Felix.
Yeah, this is the meat of the Crabs' order. The corner infielders are playing in at the cut of the grass. The middle infielders are back. The 0-1, well inside and in the dirt. It's 1-1.
That's one of those ones where I feel like Arboleda doesn't even want to wear it. He'd rather get something in play.
Yeah, that's right. Arboleda wants something he can hit, but he'll take the walk if that's really the only option. The 1-1 is a fly ball out to center field. Yawida back a few steps. He's going to make the catch. Ciccone's going to tag up from third, and he's going to score easily. And the Crabs lead it 3-1 on the sac fly from Kerry Arboleda.
Nice sacrifice fly from Kerry Arboleda. When not helping him out too much, not the deepest hit ball ever, but more than enough to get Ciccone home, and Crabs extend their lead back to 2 runs, 3-1.
Well, it looks like the center fielder, Yawida's arm, is an arm that you can run pretty easily on. If that throw is any indication. It wasn't too strong back into the infield.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was really going for it. He's just trying to hit the cutoff man more than trying to make a play at home.
That is true. And that brings in the red-hot Kevin Fitzer, who's 5 for 5 in his last 5 at-bats. Pitches high and inside, 1-0.
Fitzer's got to be feeling good. I mean, he's been one of those guys that Crabs have rolled out a lot over the season. He's been playing pretty consistently in that infield, and now the bat's starting to warm up too.
1-0 pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1.
That would have been a tough pitch to hit. Just about under his hands from my point of view.
Yeah. The 1-1 is up high, and it's 2-1.
Soto working quick. Now he's got the bases at least without any pressure.
The 2-1 pitch is outside, and it's 3-1. The umpires today, Michael Cowan behind home plate, as I mentioned before. John Swanson at first, Brandon Coburn at third. Brandon Coburn, he was the home plate umpire last night, and he threw out Eric Ciccone.
Did he?
Yeah,
oh,
the
man.
3-1 is outside, ball 4. Ciccone did not like the strike zone and kind of barking at him, and Coburn's pretty quick to toss guys out, and gave him the hook.
That makes sense. Ciccone's pretty
He's-
on it with his assessments of the strike zone. I mean, he's definitely biased towards the Crabs dugout, as he should be.
Yeah, and, he's the pitching coach. He's got to stand up for his pitchers. And
He does.
also, he had a bunch of his family here, so I'm sure going and sitting with his family wasn't the worst thing ever.
Could have been worse.
Runner on first with 2 outs, brings in Javier Felix, and he swings and misses at a nasty slider from Soto, 0-1.
I'll have to rag Ciccone about that the next time I'm down on the field.
Yeah.
We've had not that many folks tossed out of games so far this
No,
season.
there really hasn't been. And the Crabs coaching staff I mentioned last night, they're pretty calm overall. Pitches outside, throw back down to first, and Fitzer just gets back in safely.
They are. They're a pretty calm group, and most coaches who come in from the opposing teams don't have too much of an issue. They might be a little frustrated, but they're not too overly vocal about it. I was really hoping that Wesley Harper would get tossed out when he was
Throw to first again, Fitzer back in safely.
back visiting for the Saints, just because as a player, as I knew when he was here last summer, he really wanted to get thrown out at least once. But it never happened for him.
What a shame. 1-1 pitch, Fitzer goes, swing and a miss, the throw down to second, and they got him. I mean, Ellie Kliegman, the Legends catcher, really has improved vastly over the last game in throwing out Crabs runners, and that's going to end the inning. But the Crabs get a run here in the bottom of the third, and they lead it 3-1 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Top of the 4th inning, the Crabs lead the Menlo Park Legends 3-1.
Crabs have scored in every inning that they've come up to bat so far, and
Yep.
you were saying before the game that Menlo plays a death by 1,000 cuts game. This is turning into one of those games for the Crabs as well so far.
The Crabs are kind of beating the Legends at their own game so far. It's going to be Ryan Farr, Ben Leipart, and Matthijs Schouten due up. against Caleb Ruiz. Pitch too far is high and inside. 1-0.
I'm sure you and Benjamin have talked about it, but for those who haven't heard the news, $1 million investment coming into Arcata Ballpark in the near future.
That's huge. The pitch is grounded down the third base line in the left field for a base hit. Farr is going to stay at first. He makes a wide turn, so that's going to be a leadoff single. He's grounded it right past Kevin Fitzer.
Fitzer playing a little bit further in. Couldn't quite take away the line on that one. A bit far to make a play, but Arcata Ballpark's getting some upgrades here, and it's exciting to see.
Yeah, State Senate Majority Leader Mike McGuire was here on Wednesday, to announce the big new investment into the Arcata Ballpark, which will include replacing the facade and finally taking out that old crusty booth that we used to be in. And building a new plaza area out front, right? And
yes, sir. And also just increased disability access, I believe, another high one.
Oh, and throw to first, and that gets away from first baseman Aaron Perez, and that's going to allow Ryan Farr to head to second on the error on Caleb Ruiz.
That throw looked like it might have taken a little bit of a carom off of the first base bag there. Not the sharpest pickoff move Ruiz has ever made, but he'll dial in here. Runner on second. He's going to have an inning in the stretch, too, it looks like.
On second, nobody away. And hopefully with that $1 million, they also maybe build a restroom here in the booth. Like that very much.
You should start campaigning
the one pitch
on that.
is a pop-up shallow center field, and that's going to drop right over the head of Felix for a base hit. Farr's going to stay at third. And Leipart's going to have a single, so it's first and third with nobody out for the Legends here in the fourth.
Runners on the corners. This is the first bit of real trouble that Ruiz has faced this game. We'll see how he responds to this. I can imagine the Crabs infield going to be playing in.
Yeah, they're at double play depth. The middle infielders are back. Aaron Perez is right on the bag, of course, with the runner at first, and then Fitzer, the third baseman, is in at the cut of the grass. Pitch to Schouten is in there for a strike 0-1.
That's the kind of pitch that Ruiz needs to execute right about now. Just dial back in, find his zone. Be a big time to get a strikeout here.
And I'm sure the Crabs will concede the run for a double play. The 0-1 is a ground ball fouled on the third base line into the Crabs dugout, 0-2.
It definitely would. It's a close game, though. This one not putting up the big numbers like we've seen throughout the series so far. It's putting up some close ones.
Well, through this time frame last night, we were only through 2 innings. The 0-2 pitch is a slow ground ball to the second baseman, DeMera, but that's hit too slowly. He only plays at first. They're going to get the out at first. A run's going to score, and it is 3-2.
I think
Leipart's going to go to second on the play.
I think that was smart by DeMera. There was no chance there to get a play over at second base. Just had to make the one.
And
We'll take that.
Bring in Parker Krause. So now the tying run is at second for the Legends. Pitch to Krause, and that's well over his head, and I think that hit him in the helmet, I guess.
He's
yep.
saying it hit
Home
him.
plate umpire
Cowan
Michael
agrees.
Cowan saying it hit him in the helmet, and Robin Guyver is very unhappy with the call. He is going out there immediately and is very animated.
This is the most animated, maybe agitated I've seen Guyver all season.
Guyver, if he gets this upset over something, he probably has a legitimate gripe, and I think Guyver's saying it didn't hit him, and I'm honestly not sure. It's entirely possible it could have hit him, but
it's very possible. However, it didn't seem
close.
like Callan was going to make that call until the batter tapped his helmet.
Yeah, it was a very late call. That might be the other issue that Guyver had.
And they're going to have a conversation about this.
Yeah, they're going to talk about it.
Convene.
It either barely scraped his helmet or it went over his helmet.
Yeah. It looked like Guyver was checking with catcher Esperanza to see if it did in fact hit his helmet. And Esperanza, I think, is just not sure. There was a lot going on there. He made a nice play, actually, to corral the ball after it got past him.
That is true. It went right over his helmet, and Esperanza had to dive to his left to get that ball. It's a very underrated play.
Yeah, it's not a well, it is a flashy one, but not one you typically make as a catcher. But they're having a good long talk here, and looks like they're just going to leave things as are.
So that's a hit by pitch. Parker Krause hit barely on the helmet. So it's first and second with one out. It's going to bring in Zachary Hart.
And thankfully, this doesn't hurt the Crabs too bad, doesn't advance a runner, and makes that double play ball a possibility.
Yeah, that's right. Pitch to Hart in there for a strike, 0-1. Ruiz has gone a bit more wild here in the fourth inning than in the first 3 innings.
He has. The control might be slipping just a little bit, but it's all about recomposing, and that's
0-1 is a slow ground ball over Ruiz's head to the shortstop Felix. His only play is going to be at first, 2 away. Runners move up to second and third.
High chopper of a ground ball there, and you could try something fancy, but honestly, don't. At this point in the ball game.
It's a smart play from Javi Felix just to take the sure out, and there are 2 outs now, so all you need is an out of really any kind to end the inning.
Is getting some tough breaks here. They're playing in the right position, but Menlo runners are fast. They're putting them in situations where it's tough.
Tyler Massetti just outside 1-0. Home plate umpire Michael Cowan has called that pitch a strike before, but says it's outside.
And now we're seeing a classic Cowan strike zone starting to come into play.
The 1-0 is fouled straight back to the screen, 1-1.
Much like the defense, it shifts.
Yep.
Runners on second and third.
Yep. Esperanza's going to have some work behind the plate, keeping it in front. Pitch is low, 2-1.
The nice thing is, if anything, as the defensive team, that the backstop here at Arcata Ballpark is not far away from home plate at all. It's tough.
It's very bouncy, too.
It is.
The 2-1 is a pop fly down the right field line. Perez going after it now in foul territory, and it just hits off of his glove. Foul ball.
That bat didn't sound healthy off of that hit. Not sure if it's broken.
Yeah, I think it is broken. He's getting a new bat.
Didn't die a hero, but did die indeed.
That is true.
And that's something you don't have to deal with as a college player when you're running your metal bats. If you break a metal bat, that's impressive.
Yeah, very impressive.
These ones go a little bit sooner than that.
2-2 pitch, just low and inside, 3-2.
2 outs. Ruiz looking for something here. Get him out of the inning.
Tell that last pitch, Ruiz wanted that to be a strike. I don't think he was unhappy with the call. More, he was just unhappy that it just missed. The 3-2 is popped up down the right field line again. Perez out there, the right fielder, Arboleda, and it drops off of his glove. Foul. Again, that's not an error either. That was a really tough play.
Arboleda came in from a long way. You can see his hat still sitting out in right field, still a good way away from the line, and he made that almost at the fence.
Again, as we've talked about before, Arboleda really has some serious speed out in right field. He can cover a lot of ground in a very short amount of time.
He does. That's one where maybe you want first baseman Perez to be able to snag that one, but when you're going back like that, it's a tough play to make.
When your back is turned to home plate, that's very, very difficult. So 3-2 count on Massetti. The pitch is inside, ball 4.
And it's going to be bases loaded here for Caleb Ruiz. No motion from the Crabs coaching staff. No meeting. They're going to let them sort this out themselves.
Well, this is the first really troublesome inning Ruiz has had.
And it's not been anything fancy. It's not been anything hit super hard. It's been solid base running, solid offense.
It's been the Legends game so far in this series. Ellie Kliegman steps in as that's a high fly ball to left. Jackson Giaccone's not going to have to move too much. He makes the catch, and that's going to do it. Here in the top of the fourth, the Legends get a run. Crabs still lead it 3-2 as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. The score is 3-2 in favor of the Crabs here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Harper Motors. Harper Motors has been serving the North Coast for more than 100 years. Check out all the latest models, new and used, like the new 2022 Ford F-150 Hybrid Power Boost or the 2023 Kia Sportage Hybrid SUV, 2 miles north of Eureka, or visit us online at harpermotors.com. Harper Motors will donate $50 to District 26 Little League for every home run the Crabs hit this season. Go Crabs, go. And Crabs Baseball is also brought to you by North Coast Awning. North Coast Awning in McKinleyville has been serving Humboldt since 1977. We are family owned and are licensed general contractors that specialize in patios, sunrooms, and custom canvas projects like the Crabs Red and Blue Bar Tarp. You need custom cover for your boat? Call Debbie at 707-825-8753. Steve Soto remains out on the mound for the Menlo Park Legends, and due up for the Crabs is Javi Felix, AJ Esperanza, and Jordan Petrushka.
Lots of guys getting some extra looks here after base runners getting picked off. And
exactly, yeah. Felix was up in the bottom of the third with the runner being picked off to end the inning. Pitch to Felix is in there for a strike 0-1.
Wow,
it was a caught stealing, actually.
That was a nice pitch by Soto, though. Gotta give that a shout out. Tons of movement.
Yeah, he's got a real nasty, looks like slider. The 0-1 is outside, 1-1.
It's one of those pitches when you see it head on and you see that distinct, almost S-like curve. That's a bit concerning.
Yeah, it's pretty. The 1-1 is popped up, shallow right center. Center fielder Yawida is going to make the catch. One away.
That'll bring up Esperanza. I believe was hit by pitch or walk. I think they got on a forward pitch walk his last time up to bat, if I remember correctly.
You are right, Thomas.
Look at that. I can still do a couple things all right.
I can't say my short-term memory is that great either.
Mine's not either most of the time. We're going with what we get.
Yeah. It helps I have the game changer right in front of me. Esperanza in the pitch is a strike 0-1.
If you are ever not here at the ballpark or unable to listen in, you should check out the Game Changer.
Yes, Game Changer is a great way to follow along with the game with all the stats, and shows you the hitter and the pitcher, the defense, pitches high and outside, 1-1, the count, the outs, the score, everything you would need, the scorebook, the box score. It's all free for everybody to use. So
which I appreciate.
Go to GameChanger.com, search Humboldt Crabs, or download the Game Changer Classic app on your smartphone. The 1-1 is low and inside, 2-1. And plus, I'm scoring the game while I'm doing play-by-play. So, I mean, just for that, you should check out the Game Changer app.
No, it's definitely a valuable asset to have. I know I use it a lot when I'm writing articles at the end of the week and trying to remember everything that happened over the course of these long summer weeks.
Well, the 2-1 is popped up left side. Third baseman Hart going over. It's going to end up in the left field party area.
None of the kids making a play. Very disappointing.
Well, as the professor Benjamin Schaefer would say, we have the worst fielding fans in baseball. His words, not mine.
There's been some close ones that folks could make plays on, but sometimes it's just you got a beer, you got other stuff going on. You got to protect what's important.
Yeah. The 2-2 pitch is just inside, 3-2.
A little bit of motion out in the Menlo bullpen, but I don't know if we can actually say guys are getting ready.
Soto's thrown 60 pitches. The 3-2 is swung on and missed. Strike 3 on that nasty slider again, 2 away.
Well, that one tied Esperanza up in all kinds of ways.
Low and inside. Let's go bring in Jordan Petrushka.
Petrushka, last at bat, we thought he hit a single and ended up.
Yeah, he was thrown out 9-3. Just kind of lined one into right, and Matai Schouten made a really good throw over to first. Pitch to Petrushka is a fly ball left center field, and it's going to get down right next to the center fielder, Yawida. It's going to head to the fence and kind of bounce around. Yawida finally picks it up and gets it back in and holds Petrushka to a 2-out double.
And he'll take that. Decided, you know what? Right field, not where it's at.
Yeah.
Left center, all right, we can do that.
Yeah, I bet Petrushka had to feel pretty cheated after his last at-bat, but then he gets the double to make up for it. So
did well there. Got it past the outfielders, and I gotta imagine for half a second he was thinking 3 maybe, but 2's pretty good.
It's going to bring in Aaron Perez.
2 outs. It's nice to not tempt fate.
Perez singled last time up. He's 1 for 1. Pitch to Perez in there for a strike, 0-1. He didn't like the call.
He didn't like the call, but that looked like a pretty clear-cut pitch to me.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Perez maybe just a little bit agitated with the strike zone in general. He plays very tight to the plate when he's in the batter's box.
The 1 pitch is swung on and missed. I mean, Steve Soto really has some serious filth. It's like, at a certain point, it's pretty fun to watch, even if it's on the opposing team.
Oh, absolutely. He's got that incredible movement. It's just sometimes that control seems to slip away from him.
Yeah, it's a pitch that if he can locate, it's almost impossible to hit. The 0-2 pitch is swung and foul tip, just barely at the plate. Remains 0-2.
Just got a piece of it there. Staying alive. 0-2. This is when you got to put together an at-bat. You got to make something happen for yourself and really trust in your eye.
Runner at second and 2 outs. The Crabs have a chance to keep their scoring streak in this game alive. They scored in the first 3 innings. Now trying to score here in the 4th. Long look to second. The 0-2 pitch is a pop-up. Shallow left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Petrushka racing around third, and the throw is wide to the plate. He's going to score. The throw down to second, and Perez is in there safely, and the Crabs lead it 4-2, and they keep the scoring streak alive.
And they're going to swap places in a way that I don't think they quite expected to. Just a little shot landed right over the shortstop's head. Made a diving effort. All props to him there, but couldn't quite make it work. And then the throw was so wide at home that it really didn't give any shot to get Petrushka, and the relay over to second. Nowhere there as well. So we'll swap places. And Perez will now stand at second base. A little bit more dirt on his uniform this time. And Karanopoulos in the batter's box.
Pitch to Karanopoulos is outside, 1-0. Now the Crabs have had 1 run in the first, 1 run in the second, 1 run in the third, and now 1 run here in the 4th.
And Soto will just walk Aaron Perez back to the bag. I don't know if they're really looking for a steal here at this point, but it's always a safe check if you're playing against the humble Crabs.
1-0 pitch is outside, gets away from the catcher Kligman. That's going to allow Perez to go to third on the wild pitch.
And that's one that eats at you as a pitcher. You just walked a guy back, and now you got a little bit of extra pressure where you know something hit soft could score without too much trouble.
2-0 is a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. That's going to bring in another run. Perez scores from third, and it's 5-2 Crabs.
Well, that'll end the ones streak that we've had going on the past few innings, but AK, as he's called down in the dugout, will be pretty happy with that little bit of piece of hitting.
I like that. That's going to bring up the leadoff hitter, Jackson Giacone. Runner on first, 2 away. Pitch to Giacone is just up high, 1-0.
That's a pitch that's been called a strike a couple times today, but not on this occasion. Maybe rode just a little bit higher than some of the others.
1-0 pitch in there for a strike, 1-1.
This hasn't been the same kind of inning as Menlo had the last half inning, where there's been a lot of runners on. This has just been the Crabs grinding it out with 2 outs.
They tend to do that. Throw over to first and carry Annapolis back in safely.
They've really rallied and just kept the line moving, kept that next batter up mentality, and they're getting some damage done.
It's kind of what they did in the bottom of the first last night. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed 1 and 2. The Legends got 3 runs in the top of the first, and the Crabs responded with 4 in the bottom of the first. That first inning last night was around 40 minutes long.
It's a doozy. That's one that the pitchers don't love, I can tell you that much.
1-2 pitch, runner goes, pitches low, throw down to second, and the ball gets away from the shortstop, so Carrionopolis is going to have second base stolen.
Really strong, hard running there from Carrionopolis. Just made that work. He didn't get the greatest jump. I don't think he's the fastest guy on the team, but he made it work. And that aggression on the base path continues. John Bryant plying his trade.
Oh, yeah. And a look back to second, but nobody's there, and Steve Soto kind of raises his arms like, where were you guys?
And that's the...
Carrionopolis was pretty far off the bag. They would have had a play.
They could have, but nobody's holding him there.
2-2 pitch is low and inside. Count goes full 3-2.
And I think with 2 outs, they're hoping their pitcher can just get the job done in the 3-2 count. They're not going to worry too much about Carrionopolis out there.
Wouldn't put it past any Crabs base runner to try for third, even with 2 outs. They've done it before. And shortstop racing back to second, but no throw, and now the pitcher steps off.
They're all dancing out there.
And a game of cat and mouse is broken out.
And this is the kind of annoyance that the Crabs base runners can be. And they do it against everybody. It gets in the pitcher's head, and it annoys them.
It's the good old John Bryant coaching style there. 3-2 is outside, ball 4, and I'm sure that all that dancing around maybe distracted Steve Soto enough to where he missed out of the zone there. That's another byproduct of
You're
all
up
that.
there as a pitcher, and your job is to throw pitches, but when you got to hold a guy who's moving around that much, who's getting into your head.
At second, directly behind you, that's a little more difficult than trying to hold a guy who's at first.
It absolutely is. And we're going to have a little convening of the minds out on the mound for Menlo.
Yeah, the whole infield and the Menlo Park Legends pitching coach is out there.
Got 2 folks in the bullpen for the Legends.
Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Compass Community Credit Union. Want a better bank? Try a better credit union. Compass Community Credit Union is open to the public, offering great service and terrific low rates. Visit compassccu.org for details. Member NCUA. Go Crabs, go. So Mario DiMera is going to step in with runners at first and second and 2 away. 2 runs already in here in the bottom of the 4th for the Crabs. They lead at 5-2.
Jackson Giacone, I don't believe has had a hit today, but he's been on base all 3 times. He's been up to bat.
Yeah, he's getting it done. Pitch to DiMera is popped up. The foul territory right side of first, and the first baseman, Leipart, is going to make the catch, and that's going to end the inning. Crabs get 2 runs here in the bottom of the 4th. They lead at 5-2 as we head to the top of the 5th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Top of the fifth inning. The Crabs lead the Menlo Park Legends 5-2.
It's been a good game so far. It's been tightly contested the whole way through.
Yeah, it certainly has been a good game. And due up for the Legends will be Kyodai Yawita, Matt Palomino, and Ryan Farr.
And I've been saying it for the past couple innings, but it has really just become a beautiful, beautiful day here at Arcata Ballpark.
It has. I would imagine the temperature is probably around the mid-60s. Pitch to Yawita to the right side of the infield. Second baseman Demera up with it, throws the first one away. One pitch, one out.
Smooth as can be for Demera. And at this point of the outing, that's what Ruiz is going to be looking for. Just being efficient.
Let's bring in Matt Palomino. The Giants have taken a 4-0 lead in San Diego over the San Diego Padres.
You love to see it.
Love to see it. If you're a Giants fan, as we are.
As everybody should be.
Yeah, right.
It's America's baseball team, right? That's how that goes.
Pitch to Palomino inside 1-0. As a Cowboys fan, I would say that that branding really has not made the country like them anymore.
True. That's very fair. Sometimes too much attention.
Yeah, the 1-0 pitch is popped up, shallow right center. It's going to be the right fielder, Kerry Arbolita, to make the catch 2 away.
I thought Karanopoulos might have had a pretty good beat on that, but Arbolita didn't have to move very much at all to make that play.
Well, in other non-baseball news, shout out to Charles Leclerc for winning the Austrian Grand Prix today.
Absolutely. It was a very good race.
Another Ferrari win.
Was. It was a fun one. Not the way I saw it going, but I'll take it. They need whatever they can get right now.
Ryan Farr steps in. The pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Hopefully they can get Red Bull from atop the constructor standings.
That would be nice. It would be nice for Stappen is mighty quick, though, as we referenced earlier. Flying Dutchman.
The one pitch is popped up right field. Arbolita broke back, but then comes back in and makes the catch. Legends go 1-2-3 here in the top of the fifth. The Crabs lead at 5-2. So we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the fifth inning. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Humboldt's Premium, Humboldt County's premium cannabis dispensary. Open 7 days a week. We offer in-store purchases, curbside pickup, and free delivery. Located at 1131 Broadway, Eureka. The phone number is 707-496-0506, or you can visit HumboldtPremium.com. Also brought to you by Supercuts. Supercuts is located at the Bayshore Mall in Eureka. We are locally owned. Supercuts is a walk-in hair salon open every day. Call for hours. Our stylists take pride in providing the attention to detail and the look you're after. Find us on Facebook at facebook.com/SupercutsEureka. And by Umpqua Bank. Umpqua Bank is a proactive financial partner helping drive economic vitality and prosperity on the West Coast. We are building our region together to elevate our communities, cities, and nation. Our belief in championing business for a greater good hasn't changed. We come from a people-first perspective with a personalized expertise, grit, and dedication to service. Umpqua Bank, together for better.
Very well done.
Got to get through those ads.
You absolutely do.
But we love all of our crab sponsors, of course.
Due
up for the Crabs, it's going to be Kerry Arbolita, Kevin Fitzer, and Javi Felix.
It's the heart of the order for the Crabs, and it's the part of the order that's been doing some damage, and they're going to have a new pitcher.
Yeah, new pitcher for the Legends. It is Patrick Dixon. I believe he pitched on Friday.
This will be a little bit of a trial by fire for him coming into this one. And they're going to go out, have a conversation about the signs
before it even gets going. Patrick Dixon pitched 2/3 of an inning, gave up 1 hit, no runs, 1 strikeout, 1 walk, so not too much to go from there.
Every time I see guys go out there and talk about the signs, I wonder when some of that major league technology is going to trickle down.
Pitched Arbolita in the dirt, 1-0. Yeah, I don't think it's coming here for a while.
I don't either.
The pitch clom.
I'm kind of glad about that, to be entirely honest. I miss just the signals. I think that's a.
I would love to put wireless mics on the umps, though. The pitch is inside 2-0.
We could maybe arrange that.
I don't know how many of the umpires here would like that. I know a couple guys would.
I think Callan would be one of those guys.
Cowan
would not mind it.
Would love to get on the mic and make a call. I think Brandon Coborn's another one of those guys, too.
Agreed.
That would like that. 2-0 is a high ground ball to shortstop far. He gloves it. Throw to first. It's over the head of the first baseman, Leipart. That's going to be an error on the shortstop far, allowing Arbolita to reach first and nobody out.
And that's the kind of speed that Kerry Arbolita brings, and with that, the pressure of having to make that play and make it fast. And that's going to bring up Kevin Fitzer, who, as we've said, has been red hot for this whole series. Is his streak intact, though, is the question.
He's still 5 for his last 5 at bats.
There you go.
He walked his last time out.
Menlo's probably getting a bit tired of seeing Kevin Fitzer.
And they can't really seem to get him out. Pitch to Fitzer is low and inside, 1-0.
And Dixon immediately in a little bit of trouble here with that error putting the runner on first.
The 1-0 is in there for a strike, 1-1.
And with it still being this close, you got to watch Arbolita.
No, yeah, Arbolita is going to, at the very least, dance around a little bit, but the 1-1 is a ground ball to the third baseman, Hart. He's going to bobble it a bit, throw to second for 1 on to first, not in time. So that breaks Fitzer's streak of at least either getting a hit or not having an at-bat. It's going to be a fielder's choice.
Did dig it out really well, though, out of the batter's box to at least make sure the double play couldn't be turned and give a chance for Javier Felix to have at least 1 crab on the base paths.
And on first 1 out, Javi Felix stepping in. Pitch to Felix is grounded foul at the plate, 0-1. Throw to first. Fitzer back in safely.
And there's the check over to first that I was kind of expecting with Arbolita out there.
The 0-1 is a high grounder fouled on the third base line. It's 0-2. 2
strikes on. Felix is going to have to just buckle down and try to find something here.
0-2 pitch. And a fly ball over the head of the shortstop into left field for a base hit. Buckle down he did. Single, first and second with 1 out now.
Yes, sir, did exactly that. He's not the kind of guy to... There's some guys who they'll get down in the count as a batter and will become more stingy. They'll pick their pitches a little bit more. And Javier Felix, I feel like he's not quite into that mentality. He's more in the mentality of, I'm going to fight you for every single pitch and make it a pain if you throw anything near the strike zone.
First and second, 1 out. That's going to bring in AJ Esperanza. The pitch is a fly ball to center field, and Yawida is going to make the catch. He kind of broke back and then realized he had to run forward and then made the catch. 2 away, first and second. That's going to bring in Jordan Petrushka.
Petrushka had a double in his last at-bat, making some good things happen. He also came around to score. As well, that was a 2-out situation. This time he's got 2 runners on as well.
Pitch to Petrushka, well outside, off the glove of Kliegman. That's going to allow both runners to move up on the passed ball.
He might have had a shot at second base, but he couldn't get a grip on the ball.
Yeah, and he looked like he was pretty upset with himself there. So second and third, 2 outs. That's big.
That is big.
Krabs could score on a same sort of thing, a pass ball or a wild pitch, something like that. An error opens up those possibilities. The 1-0 pitch is low, 2-0. But first base is open, so it'll be interesting to see if Patrick Dixon gives Petrushka a good pitch to hit here after he hit the double in his last at-bat. The 2-0 is low. It doesn't look like he's being given any good pitches to hit so far, 3-0.
He doesn't look very interested in giving Petrushka anything. You don't want to give him anything too good at 3-0.
I would be surprised if Dixon goes into the zone here, at least on purpose. 3-0, and he does. And it's grounded foul down the third base line.
Well, this is his first time through the lineup tonight, or today. Well, that should be a dime in the jar somewhere.
That's a fine.
But Perez has struggled a little bit more this afternoon. Petrushka has been looking pretty strong.
3-1, it's fouled, tipped at the plate. Count goes to 3-2. So Patrick Dixon on 3-0 went right into the zone to Petrushka. Now it's 3-2 for a couple of pitches.
That was a big rip from Petrushka. He was looking to try to drive one into a gap or drive one out of the park maybe with a swing like that. Has to shorten up perhaps a little bit here and just try to do a job.
The 3-2, and just low, ball 4. The first base open, Petrushka gets walked. Bases are loaded now with 2 outs. That's going to bring in Aaron Perez.
Not sure why.
And we have a pinch runner at first.
It's going to be Drew Porter.
Drew Porter.
Coming in at first to stand in for Jordan Petrushka. I was wondering why Robin Guyver was walking out onto the field for a second.
Well, I saw the home plate umpire, Michael Cowan, was looking back at us, and I was like, uh-oh, what did we do wrong?
Nothing.
Yeah.
The booth is infallible.
Yeah,
and
we don't make any mistakes.
Never.
The first pitch to Perez is fouled straight back to the screen, 0-1, like getting the score wrong as I did last night because of that very weird, confusing play.
It happens.
And that does happen, though. Sometimes, as the scorekeeper, there are some plays that happened here that are just very odd. You don't necessarily see everything that happens. 0-1, and the dirt gets away from Kliegman, but the base runners will remain. It's 1-1.
Baseball's a weird sport like that. Things will happen that you've never seen before on an almost weekly basis.
I mean, every season I see something new.
And
like you said, every week, pretty much I see something new.
Right. You just get so many weird corner cases that I don't feel like you don't get them as much in other sports. Maybe you do in cricket, but I don't know anything about cricket.
1-1 is in there for a strike, 1-2. I've seen several videos on YouTube of cricket being explained to me, but I still don't fully understand it. But I definitely watch it if it's like on.
It seems
to try to gain some understanding. The 1-2 is fouled off the plate, still 1-2. I'd like to watch one of those India versus Pakistan matches because I've heard those are very heated.
I think I've heard the same thing. I want to say, oh boy, if there's any cricket fans out there and I get this wrong, I'm going to be doomed. But
I don't know
the
how.
Ashes is Australia and Great Britain. I think that's a very
Oh,
popular
yeah.
one.
Yeah, that would make sense. Those are
Yeah.
both big cricketing countries. But actual military conflict has started over India versus Pakistan as that pitch is grounded to the first baseman Leipart. He picks it up, takes it to the bag himself, and that's going to do it. Here in the 5th inning, the Crabs fail to score. They lead at 5-2 as we head to the 6th. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Top of the 6th inning, the Crabs lead the Legends 5-2. And that's still Caleb Ruiz out there.
It is.
Going for his 6th inning of work.
The rare in this game, double scoreless innings.
Right.
Or full scoreless inning, I suppose, would be the way to say that.
Ben Leipart's going to lead it off, followed by Matthijs Schouten and Parker Kraus.
Ruiz had a very efficient inning last time. And so we'll see if he can keep that going here. I imagine they're going to let him go at least through this one, maybe a little bit more if he can be that efficient again.
Pitch is in there for a strike. That was a late call from the home plate umpire, Michael Cowan.
Well, then paused for a minute there. Wanted to ramp
think
up the
about
drama.
that. It's the 70th pitch of the game for Ruiz as it's low, 1-1. That's pretty good in the 6th, only be at 70 pitches.
He's been on it for a lot of it. Only real trouble coming last inning, and nothing came of it.
It was the 4th inning that was the most
sorry.
trouble. Last inning was very quick. The 1-1 is popped up down the left field line, and did Giacone make the catch? He did. Wow, he dove and tumbled, but he just held on to that ball. Great play from Jackson Giacone out in left field.
Very well held indeed. Kept that going.
I mean, that could have easily dropped out of his glove, but he held on to it. Very impressive.
You're in a tough spot there as a left fielder. You don't have anybody there to back you up on a play like that. So did well to commit to that.
That's also true. If it gets by him, runner's going for a while. Schouten lines one into center field. That's a base hit. Just runner on first with one out.
You know, oddly, you get a guy on first. It's not the best thing in the world, but for Ruiz, that might not be the worst thing. Just because he is one of those guys that works the ground ball. That's kind of his style.
One pitch can get him out of the inning.
It can, as long as Menlo doesn't do what they did in the 4th inning. And just hit soft contact to the spots where it would get him. Pickoff move over to first. Not in time, but we'll check him, keep him in line.
Pitch to Parker Kraus is in there for a strike, 0-1.
Ruiz has been dealing strikes pretty much all game.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned, he's been very economical with his pitches. He has not danced around too much. The 0-1 is popped up. Left center field, Giacone to his left. He'll make the catch, 2 away. I mean, aside from the 4th inning, Ruiz has really been around the strike zone.
He has.
Runner on first, 2 away. We have a pinch hitter. It's number 22.
Number 22 for Menlo. Let's find out.
It's Pablo Ocio. He started last night.
Go.
He started behind the plate last night, actually.
And that pitch
Lone
runs
inside.
low inside, exactly.
I should just let you do play-by-play for an inning. I bet you'd be pretty good.
I could give it a shot. It's always more frenetic when you're doing it than when you're just doing color, I feel like.
Yeah. 1-0 is a high fly ball right field. Arboleda looking up, and that's gone. Just above that yellow line right to the left of the scoreboard, and it is 5-4 now in favor of the Crabs.
That
thing was whacked out there.
Not what I think anybody on the Crabs team was expecting.
Yeah,
but Ocio showing some serious power to lug that one out where strong contact hasn't been their thing. That certainly was.
Well, looking at the flags in far right field, it's blowing out there pretty good. The flag in center shows the wind blowing out pretty good. So that was wind aided to a certain extent, but he hit that ball hard anyway. I don't know if the wind really factored. As Massetti grounds it to the second baseman, Demera, and throws to first, and that's going to end the inning. But the two-run homer for the Legends cuts the Crabs' lead down to 5-4 as we head to the bottom of the sixth. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Bottom of the sixth inning. The Crabs lead the Legends 5-4. After Pablo Ocio of the Legends hit a two-run home run to right field on the top of the sixth. Good for the Crabs against Legends pitcher Patrick Dixon. It's going to be Anthony Karaganopoulos, Jackson Giacone, and Mario Demera. Be back here on Tuesday at 7 against the Reading Tigers.
I recall the Reading Tigers from last season. I can't remember how that.
We played them in two separate series, I think, and
I think you're right.
We at least won most of those games, if not all of them.
I mean, that was
I'd have to check.
The story of the 2021 Humboldt Crabs, though. They won.
Yeah, we dominated, and we won a lot of games, and a lot of them by a lot.
Mm-hmm. This season has generally been much more competitive. I feel like this is the first proper season of collegiate summer baseball we've had where a lot of guys are back. It seems like most rosters are up to a higher standard this season as well.
And most teams are in operation.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Of course, we do miss the Humboldt B-52s. They're not playing this summer, which is a great shame because the games against the B-52s are always really fun. So hopefully they're back next season.
I would very much like to see that, although I did realize this last week that
Karaganopoulos in there for a strike going one.
If the B-52s had played, we would not have Hayden Bodie on the Crabs roster this season.
Oh, is he committed to the B-52s?
He was committed to the B-52s before it was.
Pitches high and inside, 1-1. Don't tell Benjamin that.
No,
Benjamin's not going to hold a grudge against Hayden Bodie for the rest of the season.
But he's played extremely well for the Crabs. He's been a solid reliever. Swing
and a miss, 1 and 2. Yeah, for most people, and me, that is the case. But Benjamin, I mean, if you're a former Crab, you go to another team. you're dead to him. And I'm sure if you committed to another team but ended up settling for the Crabs, that's what he would say, as it swung on and missed, strike 3. Nasty breaking ball from Dixon, 1 away. But we're glad to have Hayden Bodie. He's been really good.
He has been. He's a good guy to have in the dugout, too. He's another one of those guys who's just got good energy.
When I was on the road trip, I think he had the hotel room right across from mine. So talked to him a few times. He's a cool dude.
Absolutely. Another one of those locals. He got a chance to throw a little bit on the 4th of July as well.
And speaking of guys who had a hotel across the hall from me, Jackson Giacone was also in that same room. Pitches outside, 1-0. Talked to him a few times.
He's a good guy. He's quiet, but he's one of those guys you feel like he's really going to grow as a ball player once the college season gets started for him.
The 1-0 pitch is grounded just fouled on the third baseline, 1-1.
I was hearing him talking the other day down on the on-deck circle about how he's got a nice little setup out in an old barn with a batting cage and stuff, something the guys have been going out there.
Oh, nice. The 1-1 is a strike off the plate to pit outside, but gets the call. Dixon does, 1-2.
He's been out there taking some swings. I think he's taking Javier Felix out there. Tyler Davis has been out there, it sounds like.
The 1-2 pitch to Giacone. He's in the dirt, 2-2. That's the cool thing about having a lot of local players is that they can show the out-of-town guys around and kind of host them and take them to all the good restaurants and bars and fun things to do.
Absolutely.
2-2 to Giacone's up high, 3-2. Hopefully somebody has shown them Tony's.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the late night spot.
Well, you always end up at Tony's if you're a Crabs player, because by the time your games are over, that's the only thing that's open.
Yep, that is true. 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Nasty, looked like a curveball from Patrick Dixon, 2 away.
And then I believe a bunch of them went out to Strawberry Rock at some point in the last weeks or couple weeks, and that's always a classic Humble trail to go out to.
I went to Strawberry Rock a few months ago, and I mean, I've lived here almost my whole life, and that was my first time going, and I saw that climb up, and I was like, oh, boy. Pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. I did it successfully.
Oh,
it was
good.
It went well, but when I saw it, I was like, oh, no one told me about this.
About the sheer vertical climb with a rope? What? What are you talking about? That's
my friends decided to tell me about that. Ground ball to the shortstop far. He picks it up, throws to first. That's going to do it here in the 6th for the Crabs. They go 1-2-3. They still lead at 5-4 as we head to the top of the 7th. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, top of the 7th inning. The Crabs lead the Menlo Park Legends 5-4. Caleb Ruiz remains out on the mound for the Crabs. He's going to face Ellie Kliegman, Kyodai Yawida, and Matt Palomino.
Ruiz has been very efficient. They got a couple pitchers warming up in the Crabs bullpen. I'd imagine this is his last no matter how it goes. Kellen Scanlon out there as well as Matt McConnell.
All right. Pitches outside to Kliegman, 1-0.
But Ruiz has been strong. The only real blips have been a 4th inning where the Legends threatened for much of it.
Pop foul. Actually, it's in play. Left fielder Giacone making the catch.
And
I thought that was going to sail out of play, but it stayed out in left field.
That wind has kind of died out up in the sky. And then the only other point where Ruiz seemed to show any gaps in his armor was when he gave up a 2-run home run last inning.
Pablo Ocio, who he really hit that thing hard. That's by far the hardest hit ball that the Legends have hit in this series. Kyodai Yawida steps in, and that's a ground ball right to the first baseman, Perez, and it hits off of his glove and bounds into right field. That's going to be an error on Aaron Perez.
Perez is going to have to do a little bit better than that. Looks like he got set, and then it just took a little bit harder of a hop than he was expecting. And Ruiz is going to be making 4 outs here this inning, if indeed he does see it through.
And that's going to bring in Matt Palomino. A note to the Bi-Coastal Media Studios, we are going to keep it here at the end of this half inning so that everyone can hear the Crabgrass Band play Take Me Out to the Ball Game.
Ah, the classic.
Pitch to Palomino is in there for a strike, 0-1. Tying run now at first for the Legends.
And that'll ramp up the pressure a little bit more than perhaps Ruiz was wanting for this inning.
His 82nd pitch of the ball game. 0-1 is a little fly ball. It's going to drop into center field for a base hit. Yawida is going to stop at second, so now it's first and second with 1 out. And Ruiz is in a bit of trouble here.
And Robin Guyver just signaling down to the bullpen. Really get those arms going.
It is red alert time out in the Crabs bullpen.
Ruiz, though, still just 1 pitch away, really, if you get something on the ground.
Like you've said multiple times, he's a ground ball pitcher.
He is.
So that's definitely in play here. First and second, 1 out. Let's bring in Ryan Farr. Crabs lead the Legends 5-4. Pitch to Farr in there for a strike, 0-1.
Nice pitch. He's still got that inside command that he's had for much of this game.
The 0-1 in there for a strike, and it's 0-2.
And there it is again. That one even finer.
Beautiful.
Just dusting the corner.
Placed perfectly.
Was.
The 0-2 pitch. Nasty slider, but misses outside. 1-2. One-two pitch, grounded foul right off of his Ryan Farr's ankle or foot.
Those ones hurt.
Kind of grimaced a bit. Looks to be relatively okay.
It's not a fun time.
No, sure it is not. That's why I said relatively okay, because I mean he doesn't look like he's in too much pain, but I'm sure that still did not feel good.
Yeah, it's always gonna bruise up once you get back and sit down in the dugout.
1-2 to Farr is foul tipped at the plate, just barely, and it remains 1-2.
Yeah, Ruiz has got him swinging at some of these ones that aren't great pitches to hit. Farr seems to just be in survive mode right about now.
I think Caleb Ruiz is in that same mode as well. There's a first and second, 1 out. Crabs only up by 1. The 1-2 pitch is in the dirt, corralled very nicely by AJ Esperanza. Keep it in front of him. Runners remain at first and second. 2-2 count.
Esperanza's been working well behind the plate. He's had a good rapport with Ruiz, it seems like, and he's just been a solid wall back there.
He's made a lot of great plays behind there. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That's a huge strikeout for Caleb Ruiz. 2 away.
And he's got another chance here to try to end this inning for himself and go out on his own terms.
Let's bring in Ben Leipart.
And this is when you try not to think too much to earlier in the inning on that misplay at first.
So Leipart is low and outside, 1-0. I mean, the only consolation there is that it wouldn't be an earned run to Ruiz's record.
That's true, but you know that.
But you're not really thinking about the stats in the middle of the game. You're thinking about
Exactly.
trying to win. The 1-0 is a line drive into right field. It's a base hit. Yahuida racing around third. The throw home is wide. Yahuida's going to score, and this ball game is tied.
Now that throw had the power from Arboleda over in right field, but just not quite on line. If he got that on line, they might have had a shot. I wasn't sure if they were going to send, but they did, and they do strike.
I mean, Kerry Arboleda, the one thing you cannot doubt is that he has a cannon of an arm. It's just that throw was a bit offline. So runners still at first and second with 2 outs. We are tied now at 5, and that's going to bring in Matthijs Schouten. Pitch to Schouten in there for a strike, 0-1. I mean, this has been a fantastic ball game today.
It has. It's been competitive all the way through, and we've seen some solid pitching from both sides.
0-1 in there for a strike. Beautiful curveball from Ruiz, 0-2. And timely hitting by both sides.
Absolutely. And Schouten really didn't like that call. He shook his head back at the umpire.
Well, I mean, I guess you're being consistent as a home plate umpire if both teams are unhappy with your strike zone. In a way. 0-2 is in the dirt. Crowd nicely by Esperanza, 1-2. Runners remain at first and second.
I suppose that's one way to have a metric on how you're doing as an umpire.
Yeah, I mean, if both teams are upset, then I guess in a way you're doing a good job.
You're playing even, I suppose.
1-2 is a little blooper out to short. Felix is going to flip to the second baseman, Demera, at second to get the out. But the Legends score here in the top of the 7th. They tie the ball game up at 5. So we head to the bottom of the 7th, and we are going to stay here for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, performed by the world-famous Crabgrass Band. Crabgrass Band, fantastic job as always. And here in the bottom of the 7th, it's going to be Kerry Arboleda, Kevin Fitzer, and Javi Felix. The meat of the Crabs order due up. We are tied at 5.
And this game has gotten a whole new set right ahead of it now.
And we have a new pitcher.
Ah.
It's number 15.
Number 15.
For the Legends.
Kara.
Amon Kara.
Amon Kara out of the City College of San Francisco.
Pitched last night.
And I think we'll be starting to see both teams dig into that bullpen here down the stretch.
Amon Kara. Number 15? Yeah.
And he's going to have, who's he facing first? And that is who I thought it was. That's Kerry Arboleda.
Arboleda, Fitzer, and Felix. It's a tough test right to start.
It's the same 3 guys that Dixon had to come in and try to solve right off the bat.
Amon Kara pitched last night. He pitched only 1 inning. He gave up 1 hit, but 3 runs. Only 2 of those runs were earned. And he walked 2 and did not strike out anybody.
They'll go out and have a little bit of a conversation here before things get underway.
Another meeting to go over the signs.
You want to make sure you're on the same page as your pitcher. You don't want to be throwing down signs and be surprised about where the ball ends up after.
Being crossed up is not fun for a catcher.
No, it is not. Always remember that when you think about catchers being a little bit insane, well, how insane? They're the only one facing the other way on the field.
Yeah, that's right. Arboleda fouls it straight back to the screen, 0-1.
Arboleda would like to get something started here for the Crabs. They've responded well throughout the game, as you were saying last inning, some timely hitting. They got to keep that up if they want to stay in this.
You know, one good breaking ball in there for a strike 0-2. I know it might be a bit early to say, but we have not had an extra innings game this season yet.
I can't tell which way you're going to jinx the game.
The 0-2 is a line drive caught in the air by the second baseman, Massetti, or I guess not. He throws to first and gets the out at first. Either way, there's one down.
He thought he did, and then he realized he wasn't getting the call immediately, made the play over to first anyways. I don't know. That one looked like it hit some dirt to me, but
it was close. It's going to bring in Kevin Fitzer, who finally got out. It wasn't him who got out, but he grounded into a fielder's choice last time up, so it does technically count as him grounding into an out. Pitch to Fitzer is popped foul off to the right, 0-1. Otherwise, the Legends really have had a very tough time getting Kevin Fitzer out. He homered on Friday night, and then he went 4 for 4 last night.
Absolutely. I mean, Fitzer's been strong, and I said it earlier in the broadcast. He's been strong all season.
The one is grounded to the third baseman. Osio bounces right off of his glove to the shortstop far, but he's not going to have a play, and Fitzer's going to reach on the E5. Oh. Error on Osio.
Doling out the errors now, Liam Warner.
I mean, it was hit right to him.
Hit right to him. Hit very hard. And Fitzer will
capitalize. It was a tougher ground ball because of how hard it was hit, but it was hit right at him. So I think that's got to be an error.
That's fair. Hey, you're the
so runner at first, one away. Javier Felix stepping in, pitches outside, 1-0. I swear, every time Benjamin leaves, I said this earlier, like there's double the amount of tough scoring decisions. Like Benjamin gets it easy.
The baseball universe knows.
Throw over to first, and Fitzer's back in safely.
And Felix, so you want when you've got guys on base.
It's the fourth error for the Legends as the pitch is fouled off to the right. 1-1. They committed only 3 errors last night, but I think they committed 6 on Friday.
Holy moly. That'll make your life a little bit harder.
Errors have been an issue for the Legends in this series. The 1-1 is inside, almost hit Felix, 2-1. Fitzer started to go, but then he stopped.
I'm not quite sure how that didn't hit Javier Felix, to be entirely honest with you. That looked like it was on a path right for him.
2-1 in the dirt, outside the throw down to first. It's a close play, but Fitzer just back in safely. I mean, the pitch kind of took the catcher, Ellie Kligman, right into a nice throw down to first.
It did. And he made a play that I don't think Fitzer was expecting. He was just going to keep chilling out there for a minute. And they'll check him again right now.
Back in safely. Seems like they've checked Kevin Fitzer a lot more than anybody else. I mean, I don't think he's stolen a whole lot of bases. 3-1 is outside, ball 4 to Felix. First and second, 1 out.
Not relative to some of the other Crabs players that come to mind. I think of Arbolida's ceiling.
Fitzer's stolen 5. I mean, that's like middle of the pack on this team. And Colby Lunsford's stolen 14. That's the team leader. Arbolida's stolen 8. He's second. Felix is third with 6, tied with Oliphant. That brings in AJ Esperanza. Esperanza in there for a strike, 0-1.
There's that inside strike call that we've seen so much of today.
How's the strike, Hank? The one pitch outside, 1-1.
And Kara's out there checking second base a little bit. Still keeping a close eye on Kevin Fitzer.
Time is called. I think a ball got away from the Legends bullpen out there in right field.
Bullpen catcher not living up to the job description there.
He's going to get it a little bit, probably, from his teammates, maybe.
Spoiled.
1-1 is a high foul over F Street. Not even onto F Street, over F Street at this point.
That was
a loud foul from
was
Esperanza.
A towering one. I'm glad that one's not where my car is at.
Yeah, I mean, if you parked on the other side of F Street, that was a danger to your car.
That one you might have to watch
Not
out
often.
if you're in the plaza.
The 1-2 is low and outside, 2-2. That is true. Every once in a while, you'll get a ball hit to the fire station.
They're always out there. They're hanging out whenever they get the chance, and can't blame them. They got a good view of the ballpark, honestly.
Yeah, my good friend's an Arcata firefighter, so the 2-2 is a ground ball to the first baseman who can't glove it, throws to first, and it's going to be safe.
Really nicely dug out there by Esperanza. Just capitalized on the first base and not able to field the ball cleanly. And he's rewarded with a base hit, and the Crabs are rewarded with a bases loaded situation as Drew Porter comes up to bat.
Drew Porter coming in, he pinch ran earlier in the game. For Petrushka, I believe, right? I think so.
Yeah, for Petrushka, yes.
So bases loaded, 1 out for the Crabs. Drew Porter trying to give the Crabs the lead. The pitch outside, 1-0.
Porter, I believe, has been pretty solid for the Crabs this season. We'll defer to you on terms of stats, but he's been reasonable from what my brain can remember.
He's a very good outfielder. Pitches in the dirt, 2-0. He is coming in hitting .239, .417 on base percentage. That's a very good number. 12 walks, 8 RBIs. Another Crabs hitter that's just very patient. And he puts together a lot of good at-bats.
And he is up 2-0 in the count right now. They're out checking the signs, and this is right where you got to imagine that Javier Felix is snagging some signs here, even though it's late in the game.
And there's nowhere to put Drew Porter. Bases are loaded with 1 out. Kara's going to have to go into the strike zone at some point or risk giving up the lead. 2-0 in there for a strike, 2-1.
And there it is. If he's going to throw a strike, that's where he's going to want to be. Doesn't want to give him anything too good here.
The 2-1 is in the dirt, 3-1.
Porter's just got to slow the game down and find his pitch here.
Bases loaded, 1 out. The 3-1 count on Drew Porter. The pitch outside, ball 4. The Crabs take the lead, 6-5.
That's a tough way to give up the lead if you're Kara, but Crabs will take that. They're taking advantage of all the mistakes like they have many a time this season. And in this case, it's giving them a lead. They only got 1 out, and the bases are still going to be full. You might just see a pitching change here. We're at least going to have a conversation out on the mound.
And he is going to make a pitching change, so the bases are loaded with 1 out, a run in for the Crabs here in the bottom of the 7th. As the Menlo Park Legends make a pitching change, we're going to go back to the studio for a 1-minute break. This is Humboldt Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Crabs have the bases loaded with 1 out, a run already in Crabs lead it 6-5. A new pitcher for the Menlo Park Legends is Connor Robinson. And I believe Robinson pitched on Friday.
So Menlo going back to the bullpen a couple times then today, if that's the case.
Connor Robinson pitched 2 innings on Friday. He was very good. No hits, no runs, 1 strikeout.
And that'll be what Menlo will be hoping to see from him with bases loaded here. Only 1 out.
Aaron Perez stepping in.
And Aaron Perez has been in some tough at-bats. He's battled a lot this game. We'll see what he can do here.
Pitch to Perez is in there for a strike, 0-1. The 0-1 is fouled off of his hands straight back to the screen.
That was a defensive swing if I've ever seen one there from Perez. That was right in on him. 0-2. He's going to have a battle again if he wants to do something with this.
The 0-2 pitch, low, 1-2. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher Kligman, and Felix is going to trot home from third, and it's 7-5 Crabs.
That one got a piece of Perez, I believe.
Oh.
He's walking that way, and he's walking over to first.
They are going to call that a hit by pitch. I will record that correctly this time, as I did not last night.
I'm here to look out for you on that one.
Thank you. 7-5 now, either way.
Perez is taking a little bit of an extra walk here.
Yeah, that might have got him on lower leg or the ankle.
Not super comfortable. Looks like it might have just got him on the ankle, the foot maybe.
Well, it makes sense he was hit by the pitch because the ball kind of careened straight left.
It did.
And allowed Felix plenty of time to score if that ball was in play. But, of course, it wasn't as it had hit the batter. 7-5 Crabs. Bases remain loaded with 1 out. This is another example of the Crabs just wearing down an opposing pitching staff. Anthony Karyanopoulos steps in.
I know, you're absolutely correct.
As it's a fly ball down the right field line, that's going to get down for a base hit. Esperanza is going to score. Porter's going to score. Perez into third, and the Crabs lead it now 9-5 off of a 2 RBI single from Anthony Karyanopoulos.
And that is what we call some timely hitting by AK. Did some really good work there. Didn't do too much with it, but did enough to score 2 and just extend that lead a little bit, make things a little bit more comfortable. You can see Crab starter Caleb Ruiz popping out of the dugout, giving some applause.
Now, Caleb Ruiz is, I'm sure, very happy with that. Anything to get that W on his record.
Absolutely.
Jackson Giacone steps in now. First and third, 1 out. The pitch is in the dirt, gets away from the catcher. Oh, no, that was another hit by pitch, I think. Another instance where it hit the batter and kind of careened off to the left. And so now the bases are just going to be loaded with 1 out. Nobody scores, of course. Dead ball. It's kind of weird that you see that twice happen in 1 inning.
Perez has walked back to the dugout for a second there. Wasn't sure what was going on maybe, or just wanted to check in with the coaching staff about his own condition after
I think
getting hit by a pitch.
Now back to third. So bases loaded with 1 out. 4 runs in for the Crabs here in the bottom of the 7th, and that's going to bring in Mario DeMera.
4 runs in, and not many of them conventionally. It has been a very eventful inning for the Crabs.
Hank, it's 9-5. Shoot DeMera, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 1 is up high, 1-1.
Well laid off by DeMera there. He's got the bases loaded. Still only 1 out in the inning, and Robinson's having to put together a lot of work here.
The 1-1 pitch is outside. It gets away a little bit from Kligman. It's 2-1. Runners remain.
And Kligman's having a tough inning. He started off the game very strong. A couple nice putouts to make sure that Crab's runners weren't making progress on the bases, but some are getting away from him here. Pitchers getting a little wild.
2-1 pitch, high and inside, 3-1, and there's nowhere to put Mario Demera. Legends at risk of walking in another run.
That would not be where they want to be at, to say the very least. It's been such a competitive game, and the bullpen's struggling right now.
3-1 is low, ball 4, and it's now 10-5 Crabs. I mean, it's just another instance, you know, the opposing team can make it competitive for a good portion of the ball game, then the Crabs just wear them down to the point where the ball game gets away.
It is. It's one of the strengths of this team. They don't let up. They are always going to try to fight you to the very end, and that means that we have officially batted around. Let's carry Arboleda.
Yes, we have. Arboleda stepping in with 1 out, and the bases still loaded. Crabs batted around last night in the first inning. Pitches up high, 1-0. They bat around here in the 7th.
Robinson would have really liked to have gotten that strike call. Been called off and on throughout the game, and they're going to come out and have a conversation here.
Yeah, Legends pitching coach is now out there. Give you some scores from around the major leagues. The San Francisco Giants have taken an 8-0 lead over the San Diego Padres.
Things you love to see.
The hit column for the Padres is looking a bit bare. I will only say that much. The Houston Astros are up 2-0 over the Oakland A's, top of the 7th at the Coliseum. And the Chicago Cubs have an 8-5 lead over the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, 8-5.
You also love to see that.
Yes. Very much love to see that.
Leave Robinson in the game.
1-0 count to carry Arboleda. The pitch is a line drive, and that's going to get down for a base hit. Yiannopoulos is going to score, and the hitters will go station to station. It's 11-5 Crabs.
And based on the body of work that Kevin Fitzer has put together against the Menlo Legends, this is not where you want to be with Fitzer stepping in the batter's box. And we're going to have another meeting on the mound. They just want to have a conversation.
Another pitching change, actually. So bases remain loaded with 1 out. 6 runs now in here in the bottom of the 7th. The Crabs lead it 11-5 as the Menlo Park Legends make another pitching change here in the 7th. We're going to go back to the studio for a 1-minute break. This is Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. We're in the bottom of the 7th. This half inning has gone on for a very long time. The bases are still loaded for the Crabs with only 1 out. 6 runs have come in here in the bottom of the 7th for the Crabs. They lead at 11-5. And we have a new pitcher in for the Menlo Park Legends, although he is not on the lineup card. Therefore, we do not know who he is.
The legend grows. He's
Number
a mystery
35. That is all we know. Kevin Fitzer will step in.
He's a lefty. We haven't seen any lefties tonight. Or dang it. We haven't
That's
seen
another
lefties
one
today. I do believe. I don't know what fund I'm contributing to, but they're going to be a little bit richer.
I'll send you a bill.
All right, sounds good.
Pitch to Fitzer is a ground ball down the third baseline, foul, 0-1.
That one was riding in on Fitzer. Just a little bit of a defensive swing there off the hands.
Well, let's just say that the next time we go to a sporting event, you owe me a concession item.
Oh,
in
man.
the value of however many.
This is an expensive deal, then.
0-1. Oh, nice. Like slider looked like outside, 1-1.
Crabs have got Giacone on third, Demera on second, and Kerry Arboleda standing over on third base right now.
One. Another nice slider.
Yeah.
In there for strike 1 and 2. Number 35's got some nice movement.
A good pitch. Wish we knew who he was so we could attribute his work properly, but Fitzer is going to have to put in some work here.
Well, I like to say, if it's not on the lineup card, it is not my problem. The 1-2 pitch is popped up right field. Schouten going back. He's going to make the catch. Giacone's going to tag up from third. He's going to score. Demera's into third, and the Crabs lead it 12-5.
Did a job, Kevin Fitzer. That's going to still look good as a sac fly. Another RBI for him. And that'll bring up Javier Felix.
Another very dangerous Crabs hitter.
He is. Say this is still not the guy that you want to have up as the Legends right now.
7th run in here in the bottom of the 7th for the Crabs.
Crabs, big fan of numbers. Wanted to make that line up.
Felix low and in, 1-0.
And at this point, the Crabs bullpen is quiet. I think they're just warmed up and ready to go. They've probably been ready to go for quite some time.
That 1-0 pitch in there for a strike, 1-1. One pitch, up high, 2-1. High and outside. Count goes 3-1.
They're in danger of extending this inning a little bit further here unless the 35 can bring something down into the strike zone, make Javier swing.
Three-one, way outside, ball 4. It's going to load up the bases yet again here in the 7th.
Base path's been busy for the Crabs this whole inning, just about, it feels like, and I'll bring up AJ Esperanza, who every time comes up to bat, I remember that he bats left-handed, and never remember to see if he throws right-handed.
Esperanza is 1 for 3, walked and singled. Esperanza, and that hits him on the back, and it's 13-5.
And the damage just continues. The hit by pitches, I think there have been at least 3 this inning. We've got a couple more earlier in the game as well, and this one's getting hard to watch if you're a fan of competitive baseball.
8th run in for the Crabs here in the 7th. I mean, it's the 3rd game of a 3-game series, and I'm sure that the Menlo Park Legends pitching staff is wore pretty thin at this point. Drew Porter steps in. Pitch to Porter is a ground ball to shortstop far. He picks it up, throw to first, and gets the job done, and that's going to do it here in the 7th, but not before 8 runs come across for the Crabs here in the bottom of the 7th, and they lead it 13-5. So we head to the top of the 8th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, top of the 8th inning, and longtime Redwood News. He was a sports director for a while. Manny Machado just won the 50-50.
Put that on the list of things you love to see.
Yeah. He's a good guy. He's been around for a long time in the local TV news department here in Humboldt County.
It's been both you and I have been in press conferences.
Yes, we
with
have.
Manny over at then Humboldt State.
In the good old little press conference room at Lumberjack Arena. Good times.
Good times indeed. Have you introduced the audience to our new pitcher?
I have not. It is Kellen Scanlon on the mound for the Crabs. And Scanlon, his numbers coming in, 16 innings pitched. He has a record of 2-0. He has an ERA of 4.5. He's given up 8 runs, all earned, 10 walks, 17 strikeouts.
He's a fun pitcher to watch. He's one of those guys who's a little bit of a veteran, knows what he's up to.
Ruiz to Kraus. Oh, no, it's actually Simon Turner.
Oh.
Number 20 pinch hitting.
Interesting.
Inside 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is in there for a strike, almost in the exact same spot. Called a strike this time, 1-1.
It was very similar indeed, but Scanlon finding that inside edge that Ruiz found to great effect for a lot of his outing.
The 1-1 and check swing in the dirt, and he didn't go, so it's 2-1. Caleb Ruiz's number is very good today. 7 innings pitched, 8 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. I think the way he pitched is a lot better than those numbers would indicate. So 2-1 is in there for a strike, 2-2.
Got hurt by that 2-run home run, to say the very least, but
yeah.
Honestly, a largely very good game for Caleb Ruiz. And Turner's going to step out of the box for a second, calls time, steps right back in. Scanlon sets the deal.
2-2. Popped up left side of the infield, actually foul territory outside of the third base line, and the catcher Esperanza is going to go over to make the catch.
And Esperanza does throw right-handed.
Oh, there we go.
I've confirmed my own. I've solved my own question. I can retire now.
And we have a pinch hitter that is number 1.
Oh.
Let's see if he's already played before.
Menacini, I believe.
My job easy. Yes, J.J. Menacini.
The name's got a lot of vowels in it, and it threw my brain for a loop for 2 seconds there.
Just a Menacini is in there for a strike, 0-1. I don't think I've seen so many guys on an opposing team with so many European last names.
True. It's been very interesting. You should have played an international anthem here just for the heck of it.
0-1, yeah. Pitches fouled off to the right, 0-2. I do want that Australian team to come back. and actually have Australians on the team so I can play the Australian anthem.
That would have been nice. It's a good national anthem.
In all my years here, we have never played a foreign anthem at this ballpark. Though 2 is in the dirt.
Wow.
1 and 2. It didn't really make it to the plate.
No, that one, I think, struck at the upper edge of the left-hand batter's box.
Kind of slipped out of Scanlon's hand there. 1-2 is outside, 2 and 2. Two pitches swung on and missed. Strike 3. Good fastball on the outside part of the plate. 2 away.
Really nice put-away pitch there from Scanlon. Just got him swinging, got him looking for something to hit, and pulled the string on him.
And we have another pinch hitter as the Legends are emptying their bench.
It's gonna,
understandably.
It's gonna be Dane Anderson.
Dane Anderson.
Stepping in the box against Scanlon.
Swing and a miss, 0-1. I believe Dane Anderson also pinch hit last night.
And Menlo looking for anything here at this point now, down 13-5.
Anderson, check swing. It's a called strike anyway, 0-2.
And this is the strength of the Crabs bullpen on full display right here. They can run up the runs on you, then just shut the door.
0-2 is swung on and missed, strike 3. Scanlon's fired up. He got Anderson to whiff at a pitch high and outside. Another great put-away pitch from Kellen Scanlon, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 8th. The Legends fail to score. It is 13-5 Crabs as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOE 1480 and 92.7 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark. Bottom of the 8th inning. The Crabs lead the Legends 13-5. We have a new pitcher on the mound for the Legends, and we know who he is. It's number 13, Kirk Kinsler.
He's a known quantity, at least in name, which is a benefit for us.
That's good enough. And due up for the Crabs is Aaron Perez, Anthony Karianopoulos, and Jackson Giacone. Well, the game was tied until the Crabs got 8 runs in the bottom of the 7th, and now they lead at 13-5.
Decidedly not tied at this point in time.
No. Some more scores from around the majors. The Mariners are tied with the Blue Jays up in Seattle 4-4. Rockies leading the Diamondbacks in Phoenix 3-2. And, of course, as is usual, it is Yankees-Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball tonight. Meeting on the mound before we get started, as the Legends like to do.
Seems to be the way they work. Just go out, have one quick conversation, and get down to business. Tell you what, today's game has felt a lot more like a 4th of July weather situation than the actual 4th of July was.
4th of July was very drizzly and wet.
It was very confusing.
Felt kind of wrong. Pitch to Perez is in there for a strike, 0-1.
I can tell you, as someone who was down on the field for that game, I didn't know whether I was coming or going pretty much at any point that afternoon.
The 0-1 to Perez is in the dirt, 1-1. Give me a burger. One to Perez is popped foul out of play. It's 1-2.
Can't take me off mic. It's a decent little hack
Well,
there.
I thought you were going to talk to the concessions people trying to get some food.
We might still. But we got to multitask here. We got to be
Exactly.
consummate media professionals.
Exactly. That is,
as per usual.
That is definitely what we are.
Absolutely.
The 1-2 pitch is outside, 2-2.
Perez has been in the wars.
I think Benjamin likes to say we put the semi in semi-pro.
We do. That might be fair. I'd say the ballpark does that pretty well, though, with the freeway right out there.
The 2-2 is a line drive into center field. That's a base hit.
That was a nice piece of hitting there from Perez.
And leadoff single. First, nobody out. That's going to bring in Anthony Karianopoulos.
Karianopoulos is going to settle in to the batter's box here. He's had a pretty decent day thus far, I'd say.
Yeah, I think he had RBI single. That's right, last time up. He is 2 for 4. He has had a good day.
Crowds as a whole have had a pretty
1-0 pitch is blown outside, 2-0. Yeah,
pretty solid day, and
I would
that'll happen.
say you're right.
When you put up an 8 or 9 run inning.
I would say they've had a pretty good series.
I think that's also very safe to say.
And also a pretty good last couple of weeks.
Absolutely.
I want to extend that out as it's a ground ball to third baseman Menacini, throws to second for 1, on to first, couple of hops, and they got him. Wow, that was impressive. Impressive throw from Anderson to first. Big double play. So 2 away, that brings in Jackson Giacone.
You look away for 5 seconds and a double play happens.
I know, it was a pretty impressive one. And
Giacone will settle in here.
Pitch to Giacone.
Well outside.
Yes.
I'll take a second here. Reset.
The 1-0 pitch now. And outside, 2-0.
Looked like a big arcing curveball there. Just started high and stayed high the whole way.
Yeah, lots of movement.
Lots of movement, but it's tough when it starts up that high to bring it back down in the strike zone.
Yeah, a little too much movement. The 2-0 is inside, close to hitting Giacone.
Did get a piece of him.
And it did.
Where do we put this?
Runner on first. 2 outs.
That was yet another time this game that Jackson Giacone has been hit by a pitch. He's walked, he's been hit by a pitch, he's made his way on base through a lot of methods today. It's shown his depth.
You know what, Thomas? I am going to let you do play-by-play for one hitter so I can put this broom out here.
Oh, boy. It's highly concerning for anybody listening as Mario Demaris steps in and takes a strike there on the first pitch. Giacone stand over at first as he's done so much this afternoon. Comes a pitch. Demaris swing and a miss on that. Running on the inside might have been called a strike anyway. That's where it's been for most of the afternoon. I'll have to recompose here. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Chase Giacone back over to first. Got back safely. No dive necessary there. Mario DeMera, quiet guy, but he puts together some quietly very good at-bats. See what he can do with an 0-2 count. And here comes a pitch. And that one's going to be popped up, wandering into foul territory. And it is going to be the first baseman who runs over, snags that one. And that'll wrap up the inning here for the Crabs.
Yeah, bottom of the 8th. Nobody scores for the Crabs. 13-5 Crabs as we head to the top of the 9th. Fantastic job, Thomas.
Thank you.
13-5 Crabs. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, KGOB 1480 92.7 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark. Top of the 9th inning, last chance for the Menlo Park Legends as they trail 13-5. And Kellen Scanlon's going to remain out there to try to get the last 3 outs.
It's been a very close game in some parts of the afternoon and other times.
Well, yeah, until the 7th, it actually was really close.
Then we're seeing both sides of Humboldt Crabs baseball. We're seeing some solid pitching, some solid defense, and then the absolute capitalization on some errors.
So it's going to be Kligman, Yawida, and Palomino due up, top of the Legends order. Pitch to Kligman is in their first strike, 0-1.
That one looked quite outside, but
I think that's a I want to go home soon strike from Michael Cowan. Might have some plans after the game.
Maybe.
The one pitch is a high fly ball, right field. Arboleda, late jump going back, but he's going to make the catch, one away.
Hey, well, he cranked that one. He got a good chunk of that. That's the swing of a guy who's up there knowing that he doesn't honestly have too much to fight for, so you might as well try to hit something hard.
I think that carried a lot more than Arboleda was initially expecting.
Did it carry? Did it carry out to carry Arboleda?
Oh, that's a good one.
I think you made it. I had to. I just shone a little light on.
Carried to carry. I didn't even realize I made that one. Yawida swings and misses 0-1.
Rangers are clearing the bullpen a little bit here. Folks coming back. Rangers, the Legends. Getting all kinds of confused here at the end of this guy.
We're not in Texas.
No, I guess not.
0-1. It's in there for a strike, 0-2.
I don't know how well I'd fare in Texas heat, to be honest with you.
Been to Dallas once and was not a huge fan of the weather.
It's one of the big upsides when
0-2 is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Ooh. 2 away, and the Legends are down to their last out. And that's going to bring in Matt Palomino.
It's one of the big upsides, I would say, though, when folks come and play baseball here. The weather's not bad.
Oh, yeah, the natural air conditioning here on the Humboldt County coast.
Heard that very consistently from a lot of the guys in the dugouts. Just they'd rather be here than playing in 100-something in Bakersfield.
Yeah. Right. Pitch to Palomino in there for a strike, 0-1. Yeah, a lot of guys on the team are from very warm weather climates. That's why I wasn't too worried about the Crabs when I heard about the 100-plus degree temperatures on the road trip. Local guys might have a bit of a hard time, but guys from Bakersfield, SoCal, not going to have too much of a hard time with it.
Absolutely. Scanlon's been very efficient here this inning thus far. Already 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. And
the 1-1 pitch is popped foul off to the right, 1-2, and now the Legends are down to their final strike.
You have an important item in souvenirs. Georgia Yarborough. Check in souvenirs.
2 pitch is a slow ground ball to Aaron Perez at first. He's going to take it to the back himself, and that is the ball game. The Crabs complete the sweep of the Menlo Park Legends 13-5, and they have won their 10th straight ball game since coming home from their road trip. Crabs 13 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. Legends 5 runs, 8 hits, 4 errors. Thomas, another fantastic ball game in many aspects from the Crabs.
It really was. That was a really complete game. They showed their depth in pitching. They showed it in defense, and then they managed to do exactly what they've done, like we've said, all season, and just capitalize on mistakes that the other team has made. And this was really a good example of Humboldt Crabs baseball this season.
Yeah, very close ball game until the 7th inning when the Crabs opened it up with 8 runs and then cruised on to victory. We will be back Tuesday night at 7 o'clock against the Reading Tigers. Until then, this has been Liam Warner along with Thomas Lau coming to you live from downtown Arcata. Good night, everyone. Have a good evening. This has been Humboldt Crabs Baseball at KGOE 1480, 92.7 FM.